Good evening, everyone. I will now call to order the regular City Council meeting of August 28th, 2023. Members of the public are invited to attend in-person meetings in council chambers. Public access to the meeting is also available by telephone by using the call-in numbers posted on the meeting agenda. Meetings are broadcast on Channel 8 for Comcast and Xfinity subscribers and on the city's YouTube channel online. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Leidy will be absent. Mayor Pro Tem Lukeman Hiromasa.
Here?
Councilmember Long.
Here.
Councilmember Jaramillo.
Here.
Councilmember Kondo.
Here.
Councilmember Burns.
Here.
Councilmember Goff.
Here.
Councilmember Brown will be absent. Councilmember Walker.
Here.
Thank you.
Great. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. City Manager Guyer, are there any responses to resident inquiries?
One update for you, Mayor and Council. The Recreation Center, Senior Center, and Theater is closed this week for the annual maintenance and deep cleaning. That work began today, and it's closed through Monday, September 4th. There are still a few scheduled programs taking place in the theater this week to keep our productions on schedule. But overall, the facility is closed, and we appreciate the public's patience with us. But it's an important week every year where we really do our best to spruce up the rec center, and it's an all-hands-on-deck effort, and appreciate your patience. Thanks.
It'd be great when it's cleaned. Are there any additions or deletions to the agenda? None? Great. So the first item we have is the amazing presentations for the Neighborhood Beautification and Most Magnificent Tree Awards. Will council please join me downstairs? We have the lovely Jenny Murphy.
Thank you.
She made it sound like.
Good evening, everyone. Sorry. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the last of the summer, the August Beautification Awards. And actually, this is the last time I'm presenting them after all these years. I get to go on and have some new adventures in January. We also are presenting the Magnificent Tree winner, and this will be our 18th tree that we've presented over the years. And so just to tell you a little bit about the Neighborhood Beautification Program, it was established 25 years ago, and it recognizes residents who have done an outstanding job of making their homes and their yards beautiful. The city is divided into 13 areas, and we have 13 judges that select the winning yards, and nominations come from all over the community. In June, July, and August, winners are chosen by the judges, and they receive a large, kind of like a real estate medal sign that they display for a whole month. And then our city council graciously recognizes the winners at the summer meetings, and they receive a framed certificate and keepsake garden sign. This month, again, we are recognizing Yard of the Month winners and a few water-wise typically using less water, using more sustainable materials and plants that don't use as much water. So we'll get started with our program tonight, and a lot of the families were able to come, and some said they couldn't quite make it due to the 6 o'clock time frame. But those that are here, we'd like to have you come up so we can recognize you, and we'll still celebrate those that aren't here also. So first of all, we have a Yard of the Month winner living at 10563 Adams Street, Denise and Steve Reyes. Are you here this evening? Let's give them a hand. Next, we have a Yard of the Month winner, 2780 East 109th Avenue, and this is owned by Jesse McRae. Thanks, come on up.
Thank you very much.
All right, we usually put you front and center. There you go. Good enough. You guys do well. Everybody's got it. All right, 1, 2, 3. Again.
Congratulations. Thank you very, very much. I've been wanting to get this for a long time. We worked hard this summer working on our front yard. We redid our whole front bed, so this is definitely hard earned. Thank you so much.
Okay, next we have the Yard of the Month, 11925 East 119th Place, and it's the Hugo family. Come on up.
They did a lot of it. I get to say those are beautiful colors. They did all of us.
Jan, you should take half. So there you go. Very good. 1, 2, 3.
Nachos.
Again.
That yard is so green. My goodness, I'm jealous. Okay, and another beautiful Yard of the Month at 11621 Gilpin Street, David, and in memory of Ernestine Garcia. Is David here tonight? That is the biggest lot I've ever seen. I can't imagine caring for that. Very beautiful. Yard of the Month winner is at 2002 Fisher Way, and this is Joseph and Sarah Silva's yard. Very good.
Trees. All right, trees it is. Ready? 1, 2, 3.
Trees. Press buttons.
Now we have a Waterwise Yard of the Month at 10917 Alvin Drive, Kyle Messler and Leslie Cook. This is a great example of a beautiful Waterwise yard. Are they here tonight? Let's give them a hand. Another Waterwise home at 10489 Pearl Way, and this belongs to June Hood. Is June here? Next, we have Yard of the Month winner winners at 623 Leonard Lane, Sonia and Kevin Archibek. Are they here tonight? Congratulations. Next, we have Yard of the Month winners at 199 Muriel Drive, Leon and Olga Enriquez. Here tonight. Another Waterwise Yard of the Month winner, Elizabeth Melbourne at 10768 Brewer Drive. Yard of the Month winner at 1125 Osage Street, and this is Chris and Tracy Prox. Can you please come up?
Everybody's ready? 1, 2, 3. Again.
Congrats.
Yeah.
And here's a beautiful home and yard at 10990 Claire Lane. This belongs to Darlene Feist and Angel Reyes, a real beautiful home. I know they couldn't make it this evening, but let's give them a hand. Next, we have Yard of the Month winner at 1464 West 101st Avenue, and this is Marina and Joel Roy. They here this evening? Let's give them a hand. Another Waterwise example of a beautiful yard at 742 Melody Drive, and this is Mark and Irene Fick. Are they here this evening? Yard of the Month winner, beautiful home and yard at 9627 Helen Drive, and this is Bill and Marjorie Friend. Are they here this evening? I thought so. Good.
Thanks for the recognition and encouragement. And thanks for running the tight ship.
Do you guys like to say any words?
What's the secret? Pride in your property. North Glen's a great place to live.
All right, 1, 2, 3.
So we need to pause for just a second and go back a few slides because a family just arrived. So help me stop at 623 Leonard Lane, City Drive. They were going backwards. Here we go. Okay. It's a good ride, isn't it?
Sonia and Kevin Archibek.
Oh, there it is. Okay, so here we
Can you
have
find it?
Yard of the Month winners. 623 Leonard Lane, Sonia and Kevin Archibek. And here they are.
Oh, yeah, my fence, thank you. That was the rain. I like it a lot to the rain. Yeah, it's a lot of work.
Three more.
Yeah, thank you.
gotta be all the way at the bottom here.
Thank you very much.
So for all the yard winners, if you don't mind coming up after this one, we can do one group picture. It's just nice to have for social media. There we go. There it is.
Thank you very much.
It's Jennifer.
picture. They might.
No, I'm gonna take a picture too, so you're not done after that. Go ahead.
All right,
There you go.
okay, there you go. You got it. All right,
Thank
good
you
job,
so
guys.
much.
Okay, an official 1, 2, ready, 1, 2, 3.
Hay fever.
Rain. All right, can we do a group picture of them before the act?
There's
Yes,
Okay.
yes,
So
absolutely.
if you were a yard winner, if you'll come up, we'll do a group picture. Because then my social media guys
Tree.
are realizing, totally
Oh,
up to
they
you,
did
what you guys wanna hold. If they put a little sign or the certificate.
Yeah, they did.
Okay. I thought there was one left. In addition to the tree.
Is it okay if I take a picture too? You can do another row.
Yeah, we've got another row.
Yeah, don't be afraid to step on it, there you go. I don't think I'm gonna get you
Yeah.
guys.
Have them come over.
Scoot it, don't be shy. There we go. And you need to go to the top step.
Yeah, there you go.
You got it, you're good. Okay, we got everybody? All right. Are we ready? Yep. I have everybody. All right, ready? 1, 2, 3. Trees. Smile. Great. Thank you very much.
Okay, and so last but certainly not least, each year we have volunteer judges that actually go out and judge trees. And the nominations come in again from all over the community. As you probably might be aware, you've seen signs that North Glen has a Tree City USA designation, and we have mammoth trees. And so this is this year's winning tree. It is a big ash tree. Yeah, and it really is. And so it is located at 294 East 112th Drive. And Stephen Musco is here to tell us all about it and receive his award. Come on up. So just so you know, our sign shop made that for you, and what past winners have done is actually hang it on a lower branch. And we have several trees in North Glen, 18 of them to be exact, that have that hanging on that tree. So that's why there's a chain on it like that.
Well, it makes a great passive solar machine. The only negative is in the fall, they clean it up. Other than that, boy, it's nice to have in the summer and keep the house shaded all the time. Other than that, being an ash tree, I do take care of it a little bit with really spraying, treating the ground around it so that roof ash borer doesn't like the taste of this tree. Other than that, oh, the leaves fall, it gets the sunshine into the winter.
All right, definitely trees.
Trees.
Ash trees.
Leaves in the fall.
Am I in your way or? Yeah, you're fine. Okay. All right, I got it, thank you so much. Yes, yes.
Nothing in that house.
I do not, too tall.
Yeah.
There I sit
Yeah.
there.
We got a neighbor with one just like it, yeah.
Yeah.
Quite a bit, so
Just run them over.
Thank you, Jenny. All right. Congrats.
Yes. I've done with me all these years.
Is that the last? No. Right, that's
Sorry, I
what,
really messed up your order there.
Oh,
Jenny.
no, you're great. Thank you guys so much. Thank you very much, all of you.
That was amazing. We actually have our wonderful Youth Commission is up next. We have the Youth Commission mid-year update, and Mira Bippin, President of the Youth Commission, will present the commission's mid-year update to council. Welcome, Mira. Good to see you.
Thank you so much for having me on behalf of the Youth Commission. Like Mayor Pro Tem said, I'm currently the president of the Northland Youth Commission, and I'm here to present our quarterly report from April through June. So first off, I have a little bit about our board membership and recruiting efforts. So every year towards the beginning of the school year, we focus on recruiting new members, and we usually contact local high schools and middle schools, and at times we've gone to them and talked to their student councils about what the Northland Youth Commission is. And in years past, we've had a specific event, kind of like an information meeting where we have food, and just so people can come and kind of see what the Youth Commission is about. So we hopefully hope to get that planned and set in stone. But over the summer, we've participated in many events, including the Northland Pride event and the State of the City event. And these were ways that we were able to promote the Youth Commission and give out information to those who were interested. Next, we have our 2023 priority projects. So every year at the beginning of the year, we kind of brainstorm and figure out what we want our priority projects for that year to be. And this year, we wanted to focus on public health and community engagement. So for our public health project, we partnered with the South Suburban Recreation District's esports program to host a Twitch charity live stream to raise money for the Ronald McDonald House. And although we didn't raise a ton of money, it was really a great way to learn more about public health in the community, and we were able to brainstorm ways that we can better host events in the future when it comes to marketing. And next, for our community engagement, this is one of the reasons we chose this was to get more involved in community events. So from April through June, we were able to do this at the Northland Pride event and the State of the City event. We were just able to go and help out and kind of be out in the community. And we were also able to do this through the Farmers Highland Canal cleanup and working with other youth commissions in the community. And then we had our flower bed upkeep. In early May, during one of our work meetings, we were able to replant a flower bed in the E.B. Rains Park. And lastly, we have our youth addiction subcommittee. So we heard from Councilmember Brown regarding youth addiction in the community. And following this, Board Vice President Suyash has been working with Councilmember Brown on a youth addiction subcommittee for the Youth Commission. Thank you. That's all I have for today. Are there any questions?
Thank you so much, Mira. It looks like we have a few questions. Councilmember Goff.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Not really a question. I just wanted to make sure to thank you for your efforts at the Pride event. And I love the community art project that you made with handprints from people. So I know your group works really hard, and we always appreciate your involvement at any of our events.
Thank you so much.
Let's see. Councilmember Kondo.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So I have a process question, just to understand this. First of all, members of the days and staff, you've heard me make a comment last week about programming or lack thereof for preteen aged people here in the city. And I'm just trying to figure out how is it that we can engage the Youth Commission maybe to come up with some ideas. The reason why I make this comment is, and I'll talk about it in the council communications, was during my police ride-along Saturday last week. It was interesting to note that at the Anima Skate Park, there were a bunch of young folk that really were there just because there was nothing else to do. So I'm just sitting here trying to figure out how can we engage some of our bright, smarter minds? Because I'm not a good ideas person, and I wanted to figure out how do we engage you all in trying to solve this very difficult problem.
So yeah, one of the things that we've kind of been working on is working with other youth commissions in the community. So we've reached out to the Thornton Youth Commission or Council, and that's one of the problems that we also face is having events to engage youth. So that's definitely something that we've been brainstorming, and we'll definitely we've done I guess the State of the City event was a great way to, like, we were able to give our information to youth that were interested. So just kind of going out in the community and saying, hey, this is a thing that we do and we welcome lots of people. I think that would be a great way to start, but definitely something that we'll keep brainstorming.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Burns.
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for your great presentation and all the work that y'all do. I loved the Twitch event. I think that is a great way to think outside of the box. I love Twitch. So I think continuing down that path of different ways that y'all can engage your peers and connect with the community and learn and grow, I think is awesome. And happy to see this sort of like variety of events coming from y'all. So thank you so much for all that you do.
Yeah, thank you so much. And I think one of the biggest things we learned is how to market those events, because I think that was one of the biggest struggles that we faced. So just continuing to work on that overall should be really helpful.
Wonderful. Great learning.
I just want to say thank you for all the hard work that you do. As the liaison to the Youth Commission, I get to see firsthand how hard you all work and the thought that you put into everything that goes into your projects. So I'm always forever proud of all of the hard work that you do and the outreach opportunities that you're trying to create for our youth. So thank you for that. Great presentation, and I'll see you guys in a couple of weeks here, coming up next week.
Yes.
Next week, Tuesday. Thank you so much. I don't see any other hands. Great job.
All right, thank you so much.
Okay, moving into public invited to be heard. This is an opportunity for public comment on any item not set for public hearing. Statements are limited to 5 minutes per speaker. Statements must be related to city business and limited to matters of community interest. Joanna, is there anyone signed up to speak to council tonight?
Yes, we have 3 individuals who signed up in advance. The first person is Christina Semino.
Great. Hello, Christina.
Hey, how's it going?
Good. Please state your name and address or ward and provide your comments to council.
All right, it's Christina Semino, and it's 1582 Truda Drive, North Glen. I'm sitting here before you, kind of frustrated, to be quite frank with you. Lately, there seems to be a trend of homophobia and hate that are coming towards our community. As a member of the LGBTQIA+ community, I'm disgusted by the events that I witnessed on Friday. So on Friday, my family returned home from a really nice, actually, dinner at Texas Roadhouse. It was supposed to be kind of a celebration to celebrate a first week of college for a family member. And as 2 of my family members were getting out of their car, and I'm still sitting in the car getting ready to back out to go get cat food, there was a explicit word that was thrown at us, and it was a derogatory gay term that starts with an F and ends in a G, so you can pretty much guess what that was. And no one provoked it. We're just simply walking in the house. There was no, we're not waving a rainbow flag. Granted, we do have one hanging in front of our house. But that's uncalled for. A family should be able to get out of their car and walk 20 steps to their front door before having something like that hurled at them. So I wanted to bring that to the attention of council because, this has nothing to do with just North Glen. This is actually now a nationwide issue, to be honest with you, of current political climates nationally. But the hate towards the community is unacceptable and inexcusable. And it's becoming extremely dangerous, honestly. I mean, I present as a butch lesbian woman. I look like one, so I'm kind of a target on my back. My wife, not so much. But it's really ridiculous, and not to mention learn your terminology if you're going to throw out a word that starts with an N and ends in a G because you're not even same community of people, not right classification of people. But this is unacceptable. We're here in North Glen. North Glen is supposed to be a safe place. I have my North Glen pride sign in my front yard. And I should be able to walk my 2 boys in and out of the house without having names called at them. Or, this individual was on his e-bike pedaling down the street and stuff. I called the police. It was reported. I have spoken to the deputy chief. I've also spoken to the city manager. But this has to stop. This is getting really ridiculous, and it's getting really unsafe. I should be able to go to a business. I was over at Webster Lake Promenade trying to go to a business the other day, and I was with my 7-year-old stepson, and there were some comments being made in the background. This should not be happening. This should never be happening. And so I wanted to bring that to the attention of council. And as a second part to that, like I just had to state my address to be able to speak in front of council, this is something we might want to reevaluate. maybe have a way to write it down, put it down somewhere, because I don't know if I'm being targeted from when I last came to speak here, unfortunately. I don't know if I'm being targeted because I'm a member of the DICE board. I mean, I'm standing here as an individual today. But maybe we need to change that policy just for a safety standpoint, so people don't know where your address is, so you'll be able to confidently go in front of council, speak in front of council, and know you can go home safe without being harassed or yelled at or whatever it may be. So that's pretty much all I wanted to say, and I want to thank you all for your hard work and thank you for being part of our community, but thank you very much for hearing me today. Thank you.
Thank you, Christina. Joanna, do we have more that are signed
Yes.
up?
Yep, the next person on the list is Beth McElry.
Good evening, Beth. Please state your name, address, or ward, and provide your comments to council.
My name's Elizabeth McElry, or Beth McElry. I live at 11512 Gilpin Street, Ward 2. And I have a few comments with regards to budget and the budget presentation from last week. First of all, I know how hard it is to put together a budget and trying to balance all the needs of an organization. So I'm not necessarily criticizing the budget, but I'm encouraging that we look at it with a different perspective, perhaps. There's a concept called opportunity cost. And what that says is for every decision we make, there are opportunities that because of that decision, we cannot pursue. So, for instance, if I spend $10,000 on a vacation, a cruise, then I won't be able to use that $10,000 in order to replace a crumbling patio. So how we spend our money indicates what our priorities are. So having said that, there are some observations that I had about the city budget as it was presented that I hope you'll consider when you contemplate approving or not approving the budget. So I'm looking at the proposed budget through the perspective of core city functions. So in my mind, there are two areas that are critical core functions: police and infrastructure. These two areas, I believe we should start off with the basis being they should be fully funded. First, as we look at the police, per the oral instructions last Monday, full staffing is 85 officers, patrol officers. Currently, we are experiencing 7 vacancies, and we are seven short in addition of the 85 of recommended fully staffing levels, so that there's a total shortfall of 14 officers at $100,000 per officer. In the city budget, per, again, the departmental budget presentations last Monday, we have $8.5 million of budgeted purchase services. If we reallocate only 20% of the administrative department's purchase services, that gives us 5 officers. If we allocate only 20% of the purchase services in the legislative, economic development, and planning purchase services, that gives us an additional 2 officers. So now we're up to 7. We have budgeted $226,000 for grants. Now, I'm assuming these are to outside groups. There was no other specifics given in the presentation, but that translates into additional 2 officers. So now we're up to 9. There are also several areas that were not listed as separate line items that could also be a source of additional monies for this critical area. For instance, in our events, how many people we send to various conferences, funding for the various boards and commissions. So even modest reallocations in these areas could add up to at least 1 additional officer on patrol. And if I may say, the meetings I've gone to in Ward 2, et cetera, oftentimes the major areas that are of concern to those folks is we don't have enough people on patrol on the streets, traffic enforcement, red light enforcement. As a matter of fact, I live in one of the traffic controlling areas. And so there's passive forms of traffic control, but we don't seem to have any active police enforcement of those areas. So secondly, when we look at our core function of infrastructure, and by infrastructure I mean roads, parks, wastewater treatment, water facilities. And we analyzed the capital budget that was presented for a 5-year period. 73% of those capital funds are being spent on city facilities, 15% on roads, 8% on walkways and traffic signals, and only 4% on parks. Significant amounts of the capital budget for the next 5 years is concentrated on a very small geographic area. Because of this concentration of funds, we have to forego opportunities to make improvements on our parks and roads. For instance, upgrading our playground equipment, sun coverings for playgrounds and picnic areas, expansion of picnic areas, lighting on our trails to make them safer, upgrading the general appearance of our roads, sidewalks, and trails. So this is the opportunity costs that we have for concentrating much of our capital funds in a very small area. And finally, as I mentioned, the capital budget includes $2 million for passive traffic calming measures. Unfortunately, if you don't enforce it have a backup of police enforcement, it's empty threats. So if we had that $2 million over 5 years, that's 4 officers. So I would ask that you would please consider these as we consider our budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Beth.
Thank you, Beth.
Joanna, I believe there's one more person signed up in
There is.
advance.
Yep. Tom Lampo is the last person on the list.
Hello, Mr. Lampo.
Hello.
Please state your name, address, or ward, and provide your comments to council.
Excellent.
Thank
Tom
you.
Lampo, 3951 Jackson Way. So I'm here to invite God to be present here, to be with us in North Glen. First, I want to bring a glimmer of hope. 2 weeks ago, you discussed the Washington Plaza. I heard that it's a top phone call received by council members. Senior residents won't shop there any longer, that you don't know what to do and you need solutions. It's a humanitarian problem as well as an economic problem, and that's difficult. So I've been numerous times in the past 2 weeks up to the plaza. I've seen North Glen Police, the hired security, the shoppers, and the homeless. I spoke with the individuals setting up the Halloween store. I watched as a father walked into a shop, followed by his 3 young daughters, who were all wearing rain boots while it was a sunny day. I saw a retired couple park, then the man walk into Floyd's barber shop, and the woman walk into ARC. There's still good life there. But there is a problem, and you need solutions. King Solomon was the wisest man to ever live, but he still failed as a king. And in 1 Corinthians 3:19, God tells us that the wisdom of this world is foolishness with him. But in Psalms 111:10, the fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom. And here, the fear of the Lord is talking about submission to God. So my 2 glimmers of hope are, there's still life there, as I've stated. And second, invite God to your discussions. And I know that as a government, you can't favor one religion over another. But each of you can pray before those sessions and ask for direction. But tonight, I've started to hear reports of COVID or variants or another name of some sort. TSA and airline employees will soon be required to wear masks. Lionsgate recently imposed mask mandates for office personnel, but I hear those are ending. Morris Brown College has mask mandates for 2 weeks, and federal agencies are stating that they will bring mask mandates back. I'm sure this will sooner or later prompt our state, county, and city governments to start discussing mandates, restrictions, and lockdowns. Tonight, I'm here to pray through that situation. Let's pray. Heavenly Father, in Jesus Christ's precious and holy name, I invite you here to be with us tonight and throughout North Glen. Our community is yours. In 1 Corinthians 29:11, it states, "Yours, Lord, is the greatness and the power and the glory and the majesty and the splendor. For everything in heaven and earth is yours. Yours, Lord, is the kingdom. You are exalted as head over all." And Lord, as the summer ends and fall begins, we lift up the Broncos to you. It's entertainment, but many look forward to those wins. Keep the athletes healthy and let them compete fairly. Father, as fear begins to creep into the national narrative again, a pestilence or a sickness or a pandemic or whatever it might be called is starting to be spoken about. It's a weapon that is being used against us, and Isaiah 54:17 addresses this. It states, "No weapon forged against you will prevail." And we know who it comes from. John 10:10 tells us, "The thief comes only to steal and kill and destroy." That's all it was before, and that's all it will be. A weapon to steal, kill, and destroy life. And we know that life is precious to you. And unfortunately, there are some who follow our enemy and want us fearful, because with fear they can accomplish their agenda by stealing, killing, and destroying life. In Isaiah 41:10, you want us to know, "So do not fear, for I am with you. Do not be dismayed, for I am your God. I will strengthen you and help you. I will uphold you with my righteous right hand." We need strength as this materializes. We'll need your righteous right hand to protect us all. And to those that govern over us, please give them wisdom and reliance on you to overcome what our enemy has planned for us. You want trust in you, and with trust in you, Psalm 91:5-6 states, "You will not fear the terror of night, nor the arrow that flies by day, nor the pestilence that stalks in the darkness, nor the plague that destroys at midday." It's all there for us to trust in you. Grant us the faith necessary for the trust. In your precious and holy name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Please be considerate of our freedoms. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone on the phone who would like to speak to council? You may press *6 to unmute yourself at this time. I hear crickets. Is there anyone in the audience who did not have a chance to sign up who would like to speak to council? If so, please come forward, state your name and address or ward, and provide your comments to council at this time. Looks like we have none. Thank you. Moving into communications, we will start with Ward 1. Councilmember Walker.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Lampa, for your kind words. I have no other updates at this time.
Thank you. Councilmember Burns.
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. My biggest communication is I am somehow still pregnant. So waiting on the baby to come. She will come Thursday, whether she wants to or not. So I will then, I know we have Monday off, and then I will hopefully be back on Zoom to join everyone. Thank you so much to everyone who came and spoke this evening as well and shared their opinions with the dais. I appreciate that. Otherwise, I have unfortunately not been able to attend any events due to being massively pregnant and my ankle situation. So thank you all so much.
Thank you. Councilmember Brown is not here. Councilmember Jaramillo.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. On August 22nd, I attended the ADCOG Subregional Transportation Forum, and our facilitator is now working with Westminster, so we have a new facilitator now, so that's gonna be a new, hopefully we don't have to, rebuild the wheel here, but we have some good leadership there that we can make this roll smoothly. So also on August 24th, I attended the active shooter training at Northglenn with Northglenn Police Department. It was an awesome experience, and I have great respect for all our first responders, for police department, and also the North Metro Fire Rescue. They were also there to attend, and their board members, so that was great to have leadership there as well. Also, today I also attended the Civic Center parking analysis. There's some great ideas that are coming about, and hopefully we'll be able to, really be able to accommodate all of the patrons that we have here at our facilities. And there's no further updates from me. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Goff.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So I was kind of busy last week. August 18th, the CC4CA Executive Committee met, and we mostly talked about our last summer's retreat, kind of the debriefing on that and planning for, this next legislative session the next year. Also on that same day, we had a ribbon cutting for RMA Insurance Company at the old Wells Fargo building. So it's wonderful to welcome another business to our community. And they also specialize in insurance policies for seniors, and since we're building a senior living building, I guess, near there, that could be a good overlap. And then, of course, the Dancing Through the Decades was with the drones. That was that Friday evening. And if you didn't get a chance to see the drones, you missed something really special. That was fun. August 21st, I think many of us attended a congressional town hall for the new District 8 that we're in right now. And both of our congressional representatives, Caraveo and Bennett, were there, and a lot of residents, people from even outside of Northland. This was a draw for a lot of people to have a chance to talk to their representatives, federal representatives. August 22nd, the DICE meeting met, and unfortunately, we are losing 2 members. They're moving. So you'll be hearing more in terms of how we're doing outreach to recruit new people. And one of the things that our DICE board is still really interested in is trying to figure out how to get a library into Northglenn. So we talked about that a little bit. We have some ideas, but we'll see. I mean, I think that's an uphill battle. And then the one thing I also wanted to do is to thank Detective Kuning. Is that how we say his name, Kuning? Because we heard that he recovered a large amount of illegal drugs and a firearm last week, and that was a wonderful event, I guess, that we could get that stuff off the street. So I want to thank our police department. They do a great job, and I know they're working really hard at it. So thank you. That's it.
Thank you. Councilmember Kondo.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So I'm going to be a little bit redundant here, but on the 19th, Saturday, a week ago, I did a ride-along with Northglenn Police Department, Officer Legg. And you heard me make comment earlier. It was an afternoon ride-along from 3 to 7 7 p.m. Very interesting. For those of you in the crowd, I will assure you it was not the ride-along movie. But a lot different sort of flavor here, because obviously it's the middle of the day, late afternoon, early evening. And what I saw was of a different flavor from my other 2 prior experiences. And a lot of times it was going out and engaging in a positive manner with some of our younger residents. And as I explained before, there are a lot of young people in this city. And if you look at the demographics of Northglenn, 20% of our population is under the age of 19. So, and you're nodding your head. So that means there must be a lot of young folk out there. And it just causes me to think about, what are we doing as a city to provide wholesome activities or activities that have good role models? Because unfortunately, the people that I ran into, one was a 10-year-old boy at the skate park. He was there because his mom was basically, she was stoned, and his dad was drunk out of his mind, and he just didn't have anything to do that afternoon. And he was accompanied by a number of other kids, some as young as 4 years old. And I'm just thinking to myself, boy, thank God that they're there and not hanging around with the wrong crowd. But nonetheless, I mean, as kids, you have to have a good role model if you don't want to go down the bad path. So I found it very instructive. And I would encourage other members of the Days to potentially consider a ride-along. And I know that many of you have joined me for the active shooter training that was done by Northglenn Police and North Metro Fire, both on Tuesday, August 15th and August 24th. So I want to thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, Dr. Goff, Jay, and I'm forgetting if anybody else attended. But again, this city leans very hard and forward on making sure that they're prepared for what should be, the low probability but high consequence sort of events. And of course, an active shooter sort of event in the school is the kind of thing that keeps me awake at night. But the fact that the city has gone ahead and done this training and did it together with North Metro, our firefighters and EMS responders, I think says a lot about how our police department and its leadership is really leaning forward to make sure we're prepared for the unforgivable and unspeakable. On the 16th of August, I attended Dr. Cog. I'm not going to take too long to explain that, but that's basically a consortium of 42 metro municipalities here in the Denver metro area, and they deliberate and make decisions on big things like transportation design that affects greenhouse gas emissions. The current flavor du jour is trying to focus on affordable housing and how to dovetail that with mass transit corridors. It's a very interesting group, but again, I can talk all night about that, and I don't want to do that. I do want to make two public service announcements. One of which is, as I walk around the neighborhoods, I can't help but notice that a number of houses have some sort of trench digger on front, and it's usually going from their front where their sewer line is all the way out to the street. And I'm just thinking to myself, with these houses built in 1962, 61, 65, somewhere in that range, that it's just a matter of time with those cast iron pipes before your sewer line goes down. And knock on wood, I've been living on borrowed time, I'm pretty sure, but we have a program here in the city. It's not the city doing it, but it's actually contracted out to a vendor. I think it's Service Line Extension Program. And I see a couple of people nodding their heads, which is good. And I finally called. I called. Make sure you call. Because if you go to their website and you type in your zip code, you're going to get a certain rate quote. And it's higher than what you would get if you talked to somebody and said, you're from the city of North Glen. Zip code 80233 or 80234. Do it now, because you have to be signed up 30 days in advance before you make a claim. So if you feel like you think your time is up and your sewer line is about ready to go down, I would encourage you to sign up. And I have nothing to do with this entity, but I wanted to make sure that all the residents out there are aware. My second public service announcement has to do with Kiwanis Pool. So even though our rec center is closed, they are open on Saturday and Sundays. And as a former dog owner, actually a new dog owner now, we do have the Dog Days event, which is on Labor Day, the 4th, from 5 to 7. And that's before they close the pool. If you have a water-loving dog like I do, I have a lab, you could take your dog and allow them to indulge in the pool before they close it down for the summer. 5 to 7 p.m., Monday, September 4th. And I hope you'll enjoy that. That's all I have, Madam.
Thank you. Great information. Councilmember Long.
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. Appreciate that. I attended the Monday evening soiree at the rec center with Senator Bennett and our Congresswoman Yadira Caravella as they presented some of the things that are taking place in Washington. It was to be an exchange, and I was looking forward to many more questions and answers, but unfortunately, time ran short, and we had to have our meeting as well. So it was very interesting watching our federal representatives do their thing. I, too, attended the active shooter training. I came in at the debriefing at the end on Thursday, the 24th. I was very much taken with our wonderful police officers as they work shoulder to shoulder with the North Metro Fire Rescue District firemen. When you see these people working together and how they debrief and how they challenge one another and how they share what took place, you are given, I think, an insight as to where their hearts are, where their minds are, and where their thinking is about. One of the persons that volunteered as a wounded person that they were taking care of had a very emotional speech at the end of the debriefing, and I wish I could have recorded it, but I want to share with you, ladies and gentlemen. It was heartfelt. He teared up. Most of us teared up in response because he said, "I'm so grateful that North Glen has this kind of talent, these kinds of people watching out for us and what needs to take place. Heaven forbid, they plan for things that they hope will never happen. and I couldn't agree more. But I just want to share with you that I was honored to be there to witness this, to watch this particular individual. And I want to share with you folks, I don't want to echo it enough. We need our police officers in full strength. I'll leave it at that. I had occasion on a dare, so to speak, to meet with several folks that were sitting around a television to watch a program. I got tuned into it because of some of my friends in North Dakota told me, you need to see this movie. You need to see this public announcement. It was really well done. It's about an hour and a half. It's called Kiss the Ground. And what it's about is restoring our farmland to what it can be. And what they found was no-till drill. And it's a machine that's out there. You don't have to plow up the ground and put the chemicals in it like you've seen time and time again. So when I watched this movie, I was blown away. I had a whole new perspective on the environment, what's taking place, climate change, all of that. I'll say it one more time as a plug. Kiss the Ground. You'll enjoy it. You can find it on, I think, most of the outlets. That would be my statement to that effect. And lastly, I want to thank everybody that came up to me voluntarily on our neighborhood nights, Ward 4, Thursday night. We had a heck of a band. Our Mayor Pro Tem was there joining me, and we thought maybe we should just do this informally. Rather than giving a presentation or do a Q&A, let's just mingle with the folks. And from what Diana tells me, there was about 160 folks there. We did our level best to meet everyone and talk with them. And I've got my list of to-dos, and I want to share with everybody in the audience that's listening or on the television seeing what we're doing here. I will get back to you. I can assure you, you gave me so many insights and so many good thoughts. And I'm just going to end with this. When we think that we are up here on the dais representing everybody, and you look at us as representatives and examples, I want to share with you that half of that audience, the way they shared things with me, they could easily be sitting up here with me. They are so articulate, they know what's going on, they're wise, they're bright, and they know what's at stake in our city. So I just wanted to say a shout out to them, and thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, for allowing us both to do the informal walk around and meet the folks. I can't thank you enough for that opportunity. And with that, I'll say, we need to hire that band again somewhere. Thank you kindly.
Thank you. Okay, I guess it's my turn. I have been very busy, as always, the last couple of weeks. On Wednesday, August 16th, I attended the VAIL meeting. So for folks that don't know what that is, that's the Victim Assistance and Law Enforcement Board. The board works to help crime victims, and it's a grant funding program for the community. There's an application process that different organizations can apply to get grants. As long as they help victims, they may qualify. And also our police department gets funding as needed for different things and emergencies via that VAIL board. There were no applications as of August 16th, so I'm hoping, I believe it closes either today or by the end of the month, that we get some applications in there for that funding. And if not, it'll just roll over until the next cycle. On Monday, the 21st, I think it was Monday, I also attended the town hall with our representatives, along with my fellow council members. It was great. I think it was a great opportunity for our residents to have that face-to-face time with our congresswoman and our senator, because that doesn't happen very often. So that does say a lot about our representatives, that they were willing to come to our neck of the woods and meet people face to face and listen to them, good, bad, ugly, everything. On that same Monday, I attended the North Glen Senior Organization meeting. It's one of my favorite boards that I sit on as a liaison. And they're working on all the things that they work on, but as I've mentioned before, they will keep reiterating that we continue to focus on the problems at the Safeway Shopping Center. So I promised that I would keep elevating that every single communications when they let me know. I was supposed to attend the parking session today, one-on-one, but mine got canceled because he had a conflict, so mine will be Wednesday. But but I'm glad that several of you did attend that. That's important, because that is the second thing that the seniors keep bringing up. Please deal with the parking around the recreation center and events. So I hear you, I see you. I will mention it every time for the seniors that watch, because they are very active and they do watch these meetings. They are one of a handful, but they watch these meetings. On the 23rd, I attended the Festival Latino Adams County Fairgrounds walkthrough. So Councilmember Jaramillo and I are both on this board. It's the first year that Adams County is doing this Hispanic Heritage celebration, and they're bringing in, it's representing different Hispanic heritages. So I'm Puerto Rican, for example, and Councilmember Jaramillo has his own heritage, right? Mexican and
Soy Chicano.
Chicano. And so it's really great in that it brings in these diverse types of heritage, Latino heritage. And it was great. We just did a walkthrough and kind of assessed where everything would be going for the fair. It is October 1st at the Adams County Fairgrounds in Brighton at 11 a.m. We will be handing out flyers during our Pirate Fest, so if you're interested, you can pick up one of those. You don't have to be Latino to enjoy really good food and really good music. We do it well. On the 24th, I also attended the active shooter training. I couldn't sign up fast enough for that. Our kids' safety is in our SRO's hands and our police officers' hands, and I will say without a doubt, I know that our officers take that seriously. That is their top priority. And yes, they absolutely deserve to get everything that they need to make sure they can do their jobs properly. My business also is self-defense, and I deal a lot with those types of reality-based training. So it was really great to be on the other side and watch their scenario training. And I will just say that it's top notch. They will be going in, and it will not be, as we've seen other cases happen where police officers don't rush in. Ours will. So I feel really good knowing that they are taking that time, these young officers, to do the training, put the time in, with amazing command staff, and North Metro, of course, for showing up too. That was pretty incredible to watch that partnership, which is so crucial, right? The medical scene and the emergency response. So thank you for letting us join and do that. As Councilmember Long mentioned, we had our Ward 4 Neighborhood Nights meeting on August 24th. Great music, great food. My feet hurt because I didn't sit down for a minute the entire time, from the time I got there at 5 and I left at 8 or 8:30, and I was standing talking to folks. Our ward is very active. We have very engaged folks, as Councilmember Long mentioned, very informed and knowledgeable. So I just want to say thank you to all the residents that showed up and took the time to talk to us. And I also have a long list of stuff, slowly working through it. That's what these meetings are for. So I'm very appreciative of everyone that showed up. On August 25th, I told you guys I was very busy. On August 25th, I attended the proof of concept for the STEM kids, North Glen High School STEM kids, for the business appreciation event. So they, if you weren't aware, they make all the centerpieces, and it's a contest. So the STEM, different STEM groups, they compete to have theirs chosen. So we're in the first rounds of that, and they're amazing, creative, smart kids. I really wish that I had been that engaged when I was a teenager and their age. And then last but not least, today we had our first legislative committee. So I won't say a whole lot because there's not a whole lot happening yet. Session is about to ramp up. Some of the things that we heard last year will be coming back. Last year, the land use bill, SB 213, was a huge issue and a huge element of concern. So it may not be back in that form, but the word is that perhaps it'll maybe be pieced into different segments and may come back in the form of different bills. So we will keep an eye on that. And of course, Prop HH, which next week I have my first Colorado Municipal League Executive Board meeting, and those are the two topics that we will be spending a lot of time engaging in, and I will report back once I have that information. That is all I have, so moving on to City Manager Guyer, do you have anything for council tonight?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I do have 3 Park and Rec related updates. The first is the first show of the 2023-24 season for North Glen Arts Presents is only a week away. The Colorado Jazz Repertory Orchestra will present an evening of music from Brazil, Cuba, and more on September 8th. Tickets are available at northglenarts.org. A group of volunteers from Allegro Coffee worked with park staff recently to refresh the Pecos Street entrance to the Northwest Open Space. Staff is coordinating a second volunteer project as part of the 9/11 Day of Service on September 7th. And will complete a similar project at the Kennedy Street entrance. If residents would like to be part of that project, please reach out to Jenny Murphy, and she can be reached via email at jmurphy@northglen.org. The tennis and pickleball courts are wrapping up at Waco and Danahay Park. The community members are welcome to come out and play on the courts. Our contractor still has a few details to wrap up, including the installation of the bocce ball courts, and all work is supposed to be completed by September 14th. And if I saw correctly, I believe Councilmember Goff has already been out
Yes.
playing on a pickleball court. So,
Pickleball courts are open.
yeah, that's all I have this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, City Manager. City Clerk Joanna, do you have anything for us?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I do not have any reports tonight.
Thank you. And City Attorney Corey.
Good evening,
How
Madam
are
Mayor.
you?
I'm doing well. Good evening,
evening.
Madam Mayor, Pro Tem, members of council. I do not have anything to report tonight.
Okay, thank you. And I forgot to mention this, but thank you to everybody that showed up and in public invited to be heard. We appreciate your comments. All right, moving into consent agenda. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Great. Please open the vote.
The vote is open.
Please vote.
Councilmember Burns, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you.
I accidentally clicked them.
Oh, no.
So, yes, put me down for yes.
Okay.
What in the world? There, I got it.
Okay, so I will close that vote, and the consent agenda passes unanimously.
Thank you. Tonight, we have a public hearing. Joanna, will you please read the title?
So, Mayor Pro Tem, got it. Thank you.
Now you can read the title. Thank you.
And actually, there's no title for this public hearing, so there's an opening statement.
Okay, great. It says, will you read the title?
Oh, I'm sorry.
All right. I will now open the public hearing on the application filed by Kerr McGee Oil and Gas Onshore LP for the Lizzie Pad Oil and Gas Permit in Section 36 of Weld County. The North Glen City Council has jurisdiction to conduct this hearing under the applicable provisions of its Home Rule Charter and Chapters 3 and 11 of the North Glen Municipal Code. The procedure to be followed in this case will be as follows. City staff will give a brief outline of the nature of the application. The applicant may then present any evidence in support of the application. All persons opposed to the application shall then be entitled to present evidence. Any other interested parties shall be entitled to present public comment or evidence. The applicant may then present any rebuttal evidence. Council members may ask questions of staff, the applicant, and the public who testify. All witnesses will be placed under oath by the city clerk and may be cross-examined by any party, counsel for any party, or the members of city council. Are there any objections to the jurisdiction of the city council or to the form or substance of these proceedings? You object?
You can certainly state the purpose of your objection.
Could you step forward? Please step forward. Should you
It's
state his name?
not statements for or against, it's whether you object to the city council having jurisdiction to even conduct the hearing.
I do.
Okay?
The fact that the area where they're planning to put this well is not contiguous to the city of North Glen. So the constituents that live there aren't governed by the city of North Glen.
It is in fact in the city of North Glen corporate limits.
It's not contiguous with the city of North Glen. So you can't have a city here and then buy a piece of ground over here and build a sewer treatment plant and gas wells and everything else where nobody lives, because the people that live around there are affected, and they're not governed by the city of North Glen.
Madam Mayor Pro Tem, members of council, this is within the city of North Glen. It has been in the city of North Glen, and so the objection is noted, but it has been in the corporate limits of North Glen for decades.
But I could
Thank
introduce
you.
you to a whole lot of people that were involved in the lawsuit against the city of North Glen for the sewer treatment plant that had a terrible stench, but none of the constituents that are governed by the North Glen city are affected by it. And so it's the same group of people that oppose the oil well on that land.
Your objection's been noted.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Staff may give a brief outline. We have Senior Planner Eric Enzi, who will present staff's analysis of the application to council. Hi, Eric. How are you?
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, members of City Council. Let me get this caught up with us. The purpose this evening is to consider Council Resolution 115, which would be a resolution approving an oil and gas permit submitted by Kerr McGee Oil and Gas Onshore LP for the Lizzie Pad Oil and Gas Well Pad Site located in Section 36 of Weld County. I'll go here into some site specifics of the particular site. This indeed is Section 36, which is in Weld County, and it's this area in this square mile right there. You can see here is where the proposed Lizzie Pad site is actually located on a larger 136-acre tract of land owned by Anadarko. You can see here, this is North Metro's training facility right there. The city's wastewater treatment facility is on this land. There is a tract of land here that is also owned by the city, as well as some residences here. I do want to point out the distance from here to these residents. That residence property is over 2,000 linear feet from the actual pad site itself. I won't go into too many specifics here. I do want to point out the zoning of this site is actually zoned AG, which is agricultural. The acreage, the actual pad site itself, once it's finally up and running, will be 7.2 acres. And that's of that overall 136-acre parcel owned by Anadarko. And the representatives from Kerr McGee can kind of explain, they are a subsidiary of Anadarko, but they can explain a little bit more in detail as to how that might work if that's of interest to you all. In terms of surrounding properties, this is based on, when I go back to this parcel here, this is based on the entire 136-acre parcel, so that's what we did the surrounding properties based on, not just the pad site, because obviously the pad site would be internal to that overall parcel of land. So in terms of adjacent land uses, what you're seeing is to the north, it is unincorporated Weld County. There is residential, there's also oil pad sites up there as well. To the south is agricultural land. And I'll go back to this map here, it might be easier to point this out. To the south is this agricultural piece of property that is owned by the city of North Glen. And then to the east, you've got Weld County as well. So that would be these parcels over here. And then to the west, obviously it's zone PF, which is the city's wastewater treatment facility, which is, excuse me, sorry, wrong button there, which is the Bull Reservoir as well as the facility, the building facility in front. In terms of some site characteristics, this pad site is, as we said, located in Section 36 of Weld County. The site is owned by Anadarko. The site is currently undeveloped with an abandoned oil well. It's the Steel State oil well. This is approximately 500 feet from the current location. The applicant is actually in the process of decommissioning that particular well as part of this application as well. There will be other well sites that they can talk to a little bit that will be decommissioned or are in the process of being decommissioned as well. All residential structures that were on this particular site, this 136 acres, have been removed. There are no residential structures within 1,000 feet of the proposed pad site. The city's water treatment facility reservoir, the property line is located actually over 1,000 feet to the west as well. And then, as I mentioned, North Metro has their training site as well. In terms of notification of this particular public hearing, the notification was performed in accordance with the requirements of the Unified Development Ordinance. I will point out that mailed notice was sent to all property owners within 1,000 feet. There are also publication required in the North Glen Thornton Sentinel. That was actually done as well as two notice of public hearing signs, which code only requires one, but based on the large site here, staff did do two signs along Colorado Boulevard. I'll point out the overall site plan here just so that you can see kind of what's going on here. The applicant might go into a little more specifics in their presentation as well. However, I just want to point out the pad site in its location here. You can see the access drive does cross over here and gets you to Colorado Boulevard as well over here. There is no access down south to 168th, which I believe is Weld County Road number 2. Which is the street that if you go to the wastewater treatment facility is how you would get to the front of that particular facility. So there's no access down there. All the access will be taken to the north through Weld County. This is just a little more of a blow-up of the pad site as well to kind of show you how that will look. You can see the wells here as well as the production facilities on the left-hand side of this particular slide. What I thought this did a good job of showing you is kind of the berming aspect, which is one of the things that the applicant is proposing here, are some berms to visually mitigate as well as any noise that could be associated with this, even though we're not close to any residential properties or right-of-ways with this particular application. So in terms of going into an analysis, staff's analysis of this particular application, the city did retain the services of environmental scientist Dresden Kinnaird of CGRS to assist with the technical review of this particular application. I do want to point out there that Ms. Kinnaird's resume was included in your staff report so that you could see kind of the projects that she works on. But her and her firm specifically look at oil and gas particular applications and assist local governments in review of those technicalities associated with oil and gas permits. I do want to point out that the referrals for this document were sent out also in accordance with the code. I do want to point out that we did submit them to both Weld County and Adams County. No comments were received from either jurisdiction on that. North Glen Police did include a statement to serve in the event of emergency. North Metro Fire also did review this application. They did provide no comment, but they had been involved in working through the emergency response plan with the applicant from the beginning of this, and I've sat in on many of those meetings as well. Go in a little bit here about the ECMC permits. This group was formerly known as the COGCC. It's a state agency that does review and reviews more detailed elements of oil and gas permits. So they'll look at environmental regulations that the state has. Our application really is looking at land use and how this particular application complies with our zoning ordinance in terms of a land use perspective. But I do want to point out that they did deem the application complete in May of 2023. They also have a hearing set. They did change the date on us, so I put here August 30th. It's actually now August 31st. So that meeting before the ECMC will be August 31st. In terms of land use, the table of allowed uses in the city's Unified Development Ordinance refers to oil and gas operations. It refers you to another section of the code, which is our oil and gas regulations. I do want to point out that our oil and gas regulations do specifically allow for oil and gas operations in non-residential zone districts, which actually includes the AG agricultural zone district of which this particular property is located in. In terms of the comprehensive plan, this particular area of Section 36, well, actually all of Section 36 is considered an area of focus in the comprehensive plan. Development or redevelopment, what that means is, you know, when we're looking at development and redevelopment, this is an area of importance to the city. However, the comprehensive plan specifically also calls out for industrial and commercial uses within this particular section of Section 36, of which oil production is generally considered an industrial use. In terms of access to the site, I do note the error here, and it's County Road 13, not 14 in this particular side, so I apologize for that. But direct access will be taken from this pad site to County Road 13, which is Colorado Boulevard. And then vehicular traffic will then be, will go north, actually, and not south. So that's any truck traffic that would result or be part of this, that's the way it would access the property, so it would not go to the south. The application that you have before you also has a right-of-way permit from Weld County, authorizing use of this particular access on their county road. One thing I do want to point out is the UDO does require access roads, so that's the internal getting from the pad site to County Road 13, does require that it meet specific city design standards, of which they have. I just actually received approval from our city's public works staff this morning, indicating that they had no issues with that particular design. One of the things that we do look at is site visual mitigation. I did describe at the beginning when we showed that site plan, they are proposing berms on the south and on the east side of this particular pad site in order to provide visual as well as any sound mitigation. But again, we're so far away, anybody even traveling along Colorado Boulevard or 168th Avenue would probably not hear anything anyways. In terms of site logistics and drilling, they'll be able to go more into detail on this, but I just wanted to give a very brief overview. There will be 25 oil and gas, natural gas wells from one surface location in this particular instance. The pad construction itself will take about 6 weeks, and then from that point on, there will be a number of phases of well operation that'll take place, starting at drilling. So they'll start by drilling the site. That will last approximately 25 days, maybe give or take a few. So that will be casting the drill and the cement casting pipes in place for each well. They have the next step would be completions. So that's actually going, once they go down, they go vertically out. And that would then be the next process before they can actually do production, which that will be the actual extraction of those particular gas and oil minerals from the ground. In this case, those minerals will be transferred from the site via pipeline, so there will be very minimal truck traffic that will be to and from this site. It won't be transported via truck traffic in this particular location. After that, that may last about 30 years, and what happens next is plugging of the particular, the wells, as well as then abandonment of those wells after that 30-year or so period of time. In terms of drainage and water quality, the city's public works staff has reviewed this particular application and all of it, and has found that their stormwater pollution prevention plan and erosion control plan do meet the city's standards and specifications. And in this particular application, there are no city public utilities that are required for the proposed well pad site. They'll talk a little bit about their water usage, but it isn't from municipal potable water sources, it's from other sources. In terms of recommendation, staff is recommending that the city council approve Council Resolution 115 for an oil and gas permit for the Lizzie Pad site. I have outlined in 4 conditions here of which we are recommending be considered for approval here. One of them being making sure that they have all permits from the state of Colorado. Number 2, if any of the state's review does modify any of the review that you have seen this evening, then they would need to come back to you if it's a substantial modification and present that before you. Any civil grading right-of-way and building construction drawings, and this is a pretty standard comment that we do with most applications, will be required prior to them commencing any construction on the site. And last but not least, this was a condition brought up by the Planning Commission, which would be an as-built survey to show that the actual facility complies with the 1,000-foot setback from the city's wastewater treatment facility property line. In terms of the approval criteria, I do want to point out that on pages 48 through 50 of the attachment, which is the resolution in your agenda, so the lengthy 200-page document, so pages 48 and 50 really provide a real detailed staff analysis of each and every one of the criteria that you are to use to make your decision this evening, whether to approve or deny this particular application. Staff does find that the proposed oil and gas permit is consistent with those approval criteria, and we've outlined those pretty specifically there. And specifically, all of the requirements in the UDO, as well as the city's comprehensive plan. Additionally, the proposed site location does comply with all the location criteria outlined in the code. It's not within 1,000 feet of any platted residence, schools, daycares, or city facilities. And in fact, the closest residence, there's one to the east of this, that's 2,000 feet, as well as the one to the south, that's actually in Section 36, and in the city of North Glen, that's over 2,000 feet as well. To the extent that the city does have environmental regulations, of which we don't have many in this particular, a lot of the environmental regulations are reviewed by the state, but with extent to any that we do have, wildlife mitigation, those types of things, the proposal does meet or exceed those particular regulations. And last but not least, I do want to point out that this site will be subject to state environmental regulations and permitting requirements as well. In terms of the Planning Commission's review, they did review this application as a public hearing at their August 1st meeting. The Planning Commission did vote unanimously to recommend approval of the Lizzie Pad oil and gas permit to the City Council, subject to those conditions that were on the previous slide. The resolution actually has been included in your staff report as well for consideration. In terms of the City Council's options this evening, you do have the opportunity to approve the request with or without conditions or stipulations. Again, staff is recommending those 4 considerations be included. You could deny the request for reasons stated or table the request for more information on the action. I do want to point out, if the council does want to consider any additional conditions of approval, these criteria are criteria that would need to be considered and these are outlined in our code, in our oil and gas regulations, but these are the criteria that we would need to make sure that those specific conditions do meet. So I point that out just as you begin deliberations to keep that in the back of your mind. With that being said, that concludes staff's presentation on this item. I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have. I do want to point out that our consultant is here this evening as well. If there are any specific questions that I can't answer, she is the expert, so I will pull her up if need be.
Councilmember Goff.
I'm the only one with questions? The first one? First one, okay. I've got a bunch of questions, actually. So we have certainly heard a lot of instances, and I know this has been in the past, but of companies bankrupt or whatever, and then the wells being abandoned. And so I know you mentioned in here that there's some kind of, that's something as part of these steps, but I would like to know what kind of guarantee or insurance, how do we know that something's going to happen and there will be nobody to take care of?
You mean in terms of the abandoning of
Yeah.
those other wells?
Yeah. No, well, yeah, of this, yeah.
So,
what they're building here.
I'll have them address that. I know they will talk about the fact that it's easier for them to locate all their well pads in one particular location rather than how they are spread around that particular Section 36 and other areas kind of outside that. They'll be able to go in more specifics about why this is advantageous for them. They are responsible, and through the state, they are responsible for closing and remediation of those wells. I don't know if that answers your question, but
Well, I guess it doesn't, because I think that was the situation in the past, but somehow, I mean, what's different? What are we doing now that will make sure we don't end up?
So as part of our regulations, Brooks Svoboda, Planning Director, part of our regulations, there's a requirement for a $3 million bond that has to be posted in the event of failure to perform or properly close the well at any point in the process. So-
Has to be posted in advance.
Advance.
To address the future failure to perform. So the bond will be in place prior.
Okay, and so then adjacent to that is what happens if, I don't know, something that this oil and gas setup here is doing somehow damages the wastewater treatment plant through some kind of groundwater or fire or whatever, I don't know. Do you think a $3 million bond is going to be sufficient to do major repairs to our wastewater treatment plant? Or is that even covered?
I mean, look, I'm not a scientist, but the experts have said there is no concerns with impacts on the plant itself. The requirement of the bond is one of many requirements. Those are city requirements related to the land use, but the state addresses the operations of the oil and gas pad, and so they will have additional regulatory requirements related to the operations of the pad. The city's purpose here is to address the land use piece.
Okay, well, I'm glad to hear that, like, definition of lines, borders and whatnot, but I think the bigger question that I have concerns about just has to do with the fact that that our Front Range is a non-attainment area for pollution, and it just keeps getting worse and expanding further north, so now it's including parts of Weld County already, and so I'd like to hear what the benefits for the city are to have this industry or whatever within our limits, when it seems to me that this industry is not going to doesn't have a huge future. The writing is on the wall for renewals, and I know we're going to need transitional fuels and all this, but we're not doing enough to prevent further pollution, and I just don't understand why we would want to add to it by building this thing here. So what are the benefits that the city's going to get out of approving it?
Well, I guess, first of all, what I'll say is, in reviewing this application, we're reviewing it for the code requirements. So in terms of where the actual pad site is located, we have to review it based on the code. So in terms of our code, there isn't much in here that I can point to give you a good answer as to what the benefits are. It's a location criteria. They did provide location. That is what we would consider consistent with our code review criteria. So I'll say that. One of the other things that I think that they can talk to a little bit more too is the fact of the decommissioning of those other wells, and how that and what that transition does look like.
So the older well's the one that's being decommissioned right now, you're talking?
Correct.
When you say other well, okay.
And I do know, and I will say, they are providing, and Dresden may be able to talk a little bit more about this, but in terms of the In terms of the the benefits of this particular well, it is more beneficial than those older wells that are in the process of being decommissioned. To what extent, I'm not an expert to know that. She may be able to lend some information on that if that's helpful for you.
Okay, well, I think maybe the other questions I have will have to do with when we hear more from someone else.
Great, thank you. Have quite a few hands here. I'll try and go in the order that I saw them go up. Councilmember Long?
I have 4 questions, maybe 5. First one is an overview commentary. I think you're parsing the reality here just by going for the code, with all due respect. I think we need to have an understanding of the entirety of the project before we just deal with the code. Hear me out. This is where I'm coming from. Having dealt with this a little bit, sitting on the North Metro Fire District Board for 12 years, we had our time and effort extensively challenged with several fracking wells that went up in Broomfield, part of the district. As a special district, we needed our firefighters to be specially trained. Broomfield provided monies for us to get specially trained. If I remember right, ballpark number was in the area of $400,000. I see nothing here that might be supported for the North Metro Fire Rescue District. I also see that they had no comments. I think that they're just thinking how they're going to do this for all intents and purposes. Perhaps everything they've received from Broomfield gives them adequate capability in terms of facilities, equipment, and training that they're currently getting from the Broomfield Largus. Now, the other thing I want to share with you is there is benefits to the city. North Metro Fire District, as a special district, receives percentage of revenues of production. Those dollars come to the North Metro Fire Rescue does as a revenue stream. I see nothing in this report that shows nothing about anything that potentially could come back to Northland. And as we are delving into budgets and we're being constrained by some of the priorities we see as different here in our city, I can share with you that this would be another windfall Largus to us. I'm just going to keep going, and you can pick them, Eric, how you want to respond to them. The other thing is, just for clarification to our attorney with the gentleman that asked the question earlier, maybe for clarification, we can share this. Our forefathers in North Glen, wisely, in my opinion, many years ago, when it was appropriate and allowable, did something called flagpole annexation. So they did a flagpole annexation of 1 square mile in Weld County. They bought it. So when you say that Anadarko owns the site, I'm confused. I thought we owned Section 36, the city.
When the city annexed the property, it was not all city-owned. It was a flagpole annexation of private property. You are correct that it was actually the Jacobucci family that owned much of the property at the time. So it wasn't all city-owned. But you are correct that when the annexation occurred, it was what was known as a collapsing flagpole annexation.
Correct.
Subsequently, the law has changed, but as of the time, it was a perfectly appropriate manner in which to annex property to the city.
So we don't own the entire 1 square mile, is what you're saying?
Correct. And in fact, the city bought property from the Jacobuccis several years ago, but it was not owned by the city when it was annexed.
So this oil site, this oil and gas site, is not owned by Northland?
That's correct. It is within North Glen's municipal boundaries, but it is not under the ownership of the
So
city.
then the question is, I guess, a legal one, or maybe a financial one, would we have entitlement to any revenues falling from the sales of the oil and gas produced on this site?
Not royalties, but we would, to the extent it generates additional property tax, all of those entities that impose a property tax, some of this is subject to property tax.
We couldn't do property tax in North Metro Fire District. We had to go with sales. We could not get the measurement on property taxes, so you might want to check that out.
No, some of it is subject to property tax.
Yeah, okay. Well, I wasn't aware of that. We couldn't get that done before. My last question is this. Union Pacific has a right-of-way, do they not, through this property, through this land?
They do not. Actually, RTD has the right-of-way. So
RTD now has
the right-of-way has been sold to RTD.
Okay, so RTD owns that right-of-way.
Correct.
And as I look at this map, it carves off in the northeast corner. We're kind of cut off for the property that we own in that northeast corner.
Well, we don't own that property.
We don't
They
own
do.
that northeast corner?
It's within our municipal boundaries, but
But
we
we
do
don't
not
own
own
it.
it. That's correct. It is actually under the private ownership of Anadarko.
So my statement goes back to my overarching first statement, which is to say, there's a lot here in play, and just to talk about the code when there's so much else that I'd like to know about. Not that I'm against this project, I'm just sharing with you, I'd like to be enlightened with some of these other pieces. Thank you.
And I'm going to remind council that we have to stick to the criteria in the code. We can certainly get information on other components of this project, but at the end of the day, under our code, which was put together by an oil and gas consultant that was intended to make this as onerous as possible within the constraints of the law based on the new statute that gave us the authority to do this, the criteria in the code for that reason.
Thank you for that clarification, Corey. I know we have to try to stick to our approval criteria. So let's keep that in mind as we move forward. I know we have a lot of questions, and they're good questions, but we have to stick to what is the purpose of this hearing tonight. I still have a couple more hands, so Councilmember Kondo, please.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, and Eric, I know you're not a petroleum expert, but I do want to ask a few questions just to understand the scope and nature of this operation or the project. So you did mention 25 wells. Is this because of the horizontal fracking that you have kind of this spider web pattern, if you will, a single hole that goes into the ground?
I do.
And then maybe 25 different
Yes.
directions of where you're...
I will ask you they will have that as part of their presentation explaining how that's going to work. But yes, each well goes horizontal up to about, I think they indicated 2 miles to the west and the north, if I'm not mistaken, of this particular well pad site. So that's where their mineral rights that they're
So
looking
really,
to tap
there's
into.
25 holes, and they can explain it. So I'd appreciate an explanation on that. Second is, in my reading, what I saw was that they're not using flaring as a technique to eliminate any gases, ergo methane. So I would be very much interested in knowing how your technical presenters intend on capturing or sequestering gases and undesired liquids. So don't have to do it now, but certainly when they do get called up, I would appreciate.
Perfect.
Going back to sticking to the criteria, so when I look at our approval criteria on pages 48 through 50, and I look at specifically, let me get back to this document, line item G, proposed facility will not result in substantial or undue adverse effect on adjacent property or character of the neighborhood, et cetera, et cetera. And line item I, the proposed use will not significantly degrade the environment or public health, safety, welfare. I struggle to try and square that up with the fact that when I look at this document and I go down to the hazard and operability analysis, I see that that document is a placeholder. It doesn't even have a date on it. So I'm just trying to figure out, has anybody done the hazardous analysis of what this operation might do to that area? Because in my mind, I'm not sure I can, for myself, I'm not sure I can really concur or agree with whether I feel good about that in relations to line items G and I, which I just read off to you, without having a fully populated and completed hazard analysis document. So would appreciate it also if your technical briefers will address that concern as well.
One of the things I'll point out, and I'm hoping that Dresden will come up and fill in some of the blanks here on this. My understanding is there is a process that the state goes through that requires that to be submitted at a later point. So hence the reason one of the conditions we put in our staff report was to make sure that they receive all the approvals from the state. Because in terms of the state's process, that comes even after local jurisdiction approval. So we wanted to make sure that if there are changes to that particular plan, we are able to address those if they do impact the approval of what you've been seeing this evening. So with that being said, do you want to come up and maybe address this?
Good evening. I'm Dresden Kinnaird with CGRS, and I've been reviewing this entire document and the entire packet for almost a year now. So
I'm glad that you've had a year. I've only had the weekend.
that's tough. That's a long read. I think my team, all of us together, we've spent somewhere around 160 hours in review of the entire package. So I'm here to answer any questions you have. I'm trying to follow which document you have concerns about currently.
So, again, I'll just repeat myself. On page 49, we have line item 6, which talks about the facility not resulting in substantial or undue adverse effect on adjacent property, et cetera, et cetera. I'm not going to read the entire line item there. And then line item I on page 50, which is proposed use will not significantly degrade the environment or public health, safety, and welfare. And where I'm at, ma'am, is I'm struggling to, in my own mind, with a clear conscience, be able to concur rather, with what the staff has written here without having the ability to look at a fully completed hazardous and operations analysis document, which is Appendix B. Appendix B, from what I can tell, is a pro forma placeholder. For example, there's no date on it. And then when you look at some of these pieces, it says draft document. So I really feel like, do I have the full picture and understanding what the hazards are? I don't.
Sure.
So how could I in good faith be able to respond to those two line items, G and I?
I will definitely look into that in case you didn't get the most up-to-date version. The operator might be able to speak to that as well. There were some documents that were in draft form during our review because it was not appropriate for those finalized documents to exist yet. For example, an SPCC plan, typically you can do that's a spill prevention countermeasure and control plan, or maybe I have the C's mixed up, but it would be appropriate for that final document that requires a engineer to put eyes on the built site before he can stamp off. And so some of these documents are not complete because it's not possible to have them complete yet. Others.
So do we get a second bite at the apple once it is complete that we could say yes or no?
Well, part of our job as a consultant with the city of North Glen is to also follow up on these things. And so we've been contracted with them to do emergency response or inspections and such to the code from that technical standpoint once the facility is built.
Yeah. And in particular, I'll just help you out here. I'm looking at page 203. This is where it says draft technical report example HAZOP. And then it says PHA-20XX-0XX. So I'm assuming somehow or another, when this hazard analysis is done, there will actually be, 2023-0 whatever report number.
That's correct.
But again, not being able to see and understand what are the potential hazards and mitigations explained makes me very uncomfortable. And believe me, I'm not a petroleum expert. My technical background is naval nuclear engineering, nuclear power. And I just think about the time before we start up every reactor when we're sitting in San Diego or Pearl Harbor. You go through the checklist and you make sure all the boxes are checked and everything is correct before you start pulling rods and generating electrons. And I just feel like I'm not I'm not getting that level of confidence and warm fuzzy feel.
Commissioner, or Councilmember.
Commissioner?
Kondo.
No, council
So
member.
I think to clarify here, what you're reviewing is a draft document that will not be approved until such time that it goes before the state. So what you are seeing is the initial form of the document for that hazard reference that you're making reference to. So it's not that the information is necessarily incomplete, as it is that formally approved, because we are not the approving authority for that plan. So when the state approves that plan, it will then be incorporated into our documentation as an approved document, but we cannot present that to you now because they're waiting for this approval to go before them.
Understand. So that's where I go back to my second bite at the apple question.
Right.
Do we have the ability and the right to say, okay, now that we have this completed document, we can once again vote up or down on it?
No, only if something is substantially changed. I mean, the way the process has been set up under state laws, we get the local land use bite, and then the state does the operational bite.
Okay,
So
I understand.
And I think that's part of the challenge here is that what you're reviewing and what you're making reference to for concern is an operational aspect. What we're trying to do is to verify that they've actually provided that documentation that satisfies that requirement for the state in order for us to bring this forward for your consideration tonight.
So I guess that means we have to have a certain ability to make that leap of faith that the state will.
Nope, no leap of faith here. So our condition for approval is subject to state approval. So the state would have to approve that plan in order for our approval to go into effect. It is conditioned upon state approval. So what we would be doing is relying on the state for their expertise to fully review and approve that plan. And once that plan is approved, we will then memorialize that within our document so that we have consistency between their approval of the final plan and our documentation.
Understand. So when the state goes through their process, will they also have public hearings or no?
They have a public hearing on the 31st.
Okay, understand. I'm sorry, I totally missed that. That is correct. Thank you for refreshing my memory. Madam Mayor Pro Tem, I'm done.
Thank you. Councilmember Jaramillo.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Before I get into my other concerns, I do have questions. We just approved a new study for Section 36 and for our, in our agenda. And I just want to know, are we going to be able to reutilize this land at all in the future? And also, what I would also like to think that since we also just passed the Bull Reservoir of expanding that, wouldn't we want to expand our reservoirs and keeping our most precious resource, which is water, for the future rather than a finite resource such as oil? That's how I feel like. That's like my planning. That's what I would plan for.
Well,
is
in
water.
let me first try to tackle the answer of Section 36.
Yeah.
The city's comprehensive plan does address Section 36 as a need to study or a recommendation that we should study. So I believe in your budget, it's been brought forward with some sub-area plans, one of those being Section 36. I would argue that even approval of this application this evening doesn't preclude the city from studying and looking at how this piece of land, the 136 acres owned by Anadarko, could fit into potential redevelopment at some point in the future. Now, keeping in mind, we don't own the land, Anadarko owns it, so we would need to work with them towards that vision. But I think that that's something that still, even with approval of this, wouldn't preclude us from doing.
Okay, and also, so when you say property tax, it's not like so it's gonna be like commercial, industrial, like what's the rate on that? Like how much would we even make from something like allowing fracking in
Yeah, the revenues are not significant.
For us as a city.
Correct.
Again, what Corey indicated is that we could see property tax revenues that come in. In terms of this, because it's not on our piece of land and we're not negotiating the rights to use our piece of land, i.e. the land to the south of this particular site, it's a little different animal. what we see are the application fee for this particular application, which I believe was a $10,000 application fee. The Kerr-McGee Group is actually, via an agreement between us and them, covering the costs for our review of it in terms of a reimbursable expense. So we get our review, and then we withdraw from a reimbursable escrow account set up for that. So we're not paying for CGRS's review, in essence. It's a pass-through. So those are really, unless I'm missing anything else, those are really the two areas or the three areas that we would see revenues.
Yeah, I'm just seeing more cons and pros, down here, significant degradation of health, safety, welfare of the area, residents, city, county, state, wow. I'll save some more comments for later on. I'll let everybody else ask some more questions.
Thank you, Councilmember Jaramillo. And just to remind everybody, we still have the applicants who will also give their testimony and give us maybe more information that will answer some of those questions. I did see a couple more hands come up real quick. I have Councilmember Long.
Yeah, I just want to go on record as taking exception to what our attorney just said about the fact that there'll be no property taxes and no sales taxes. I think that that is an erroneous statement, and I just want to go on the record as saying that. I don't know how an attorney would know whether or not we're going to have production in oil and gas from this site for 25.
No, based on the rate of property tax, that's all I'm saying. So if this is, we're not talking about royalties, we're talking about property tax at a rate. And so that's why I said it's not a significant revenue source to the city of North Glen.
You're talking to the ex-treasurer of North Metro Fire Rescue District. This was a substantial amount of dollars that came to us.
Right, I'm talking about North
On this very
Glen.
same basis.
Right,
So I'm just
absolutely.
taking exception to your statement, going on the record to that effect.
Okay.
I think this is what needs to be researched, with all due respect.
Thank you. Councilmember Kondo, you wanted to add something?
Yeah, yes, thank you, Madam Pro Tem. One other question, again, perhaps maybe our subsequent presenters can talk to this, or our city attorney, but clearly, lots of controversy around the treatment of post-fracking water, and then that water being re-injected back into the ground for long-term sequestration. Does that create any kind of future liability exposure to the city?
No.
Okay, thank you.
And they will go into specifics
Great,
about
yeah,
how that works.
again, I'd appreciate it if they could talk to that point. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions before we move on? No. All right. We'll move on then. Everyone providing testimony on the application will be placed under oath. We will do that now as a group before the applicant makes their presentation. If you intend to provide testimony, please stand as you are able and be sworn in by the city clerk at this time.
It should. I don't know why we're back on the beautification.
Good evening. My name is Tracy Calling. I'm with Kerr-McGee Oil and Gas Onshore.
Actually, hold on
LP.
1 second, I'm sorry.
You all need to be placed under
So Joanna has
oath.
to place you under oth before you speak.
Okay.
They're
Or you
just getting
want us
ready.
to all do it at the same time?
All at the same
Oh, I'm
time.
sorry.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Yep,
Sorry.
thank you.
I can't do two things at once, so.
We'll give her a
let me do
second.
this, and then I'll do that. Okay, so if you'll all raise your right hand. Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
Okay. 1 second. We're just going to get everything ready. Just hold on 1 second. Thank you.
What in the heck?
Gotta love technology.
Yes.
When it works.
When it works, we love it. When it doesn't,
Just- That's for the west. And
You might get to use their flash drive after that. Because I have no idea how I'm gonna get
the
it.
first storage, look. Great.
location.
Do I have control? Yeah, I do. Sorry, I just want to make sure I know how to use
Is it
this.
working?
I'm in.
Hi.
Yeah, she just made.
It's still not working.
So it works. It advanced. Cool. We're good. Maybe. Oh, I go back. There we go. I should think I'd never used a pointer before. I apologize. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and members of the City Council. Thank you for being here tonight. My name is Tracy Calling, and I'm a regulatory advisor with Kerr McGee Oil and Gas Onshore LP, which is a subsidiary of Oxy USA, Inc. First, I'd like to start off by thanking the planning staff and professional consultant Dresden that helped us to understand the city's permitting process. They were very helpful, and we appreciate their guidance through this process. We understand that oil and gas is not a land use that Northland sees very often, or probably will never see again, from what I understand. There's very few places in the city that this could occur. And we appreciate their time and patience in working through this permit. I am joined here tonight, as you saw by all the people standing up behind me, by several coworkers and subject matter experts. They have various aspects of expertise within our company, and we wanted to make sure they were here tonight to help us answer all those questions. If I could just take a moment and identify who they are, they'll raise their hands. They've already stood up, so I'll just let them raise their hands. We've got Chris Honus is our drilling manager. Corey Altenberg is our completions manager. Chad Schlickmeyer and William Hess are on our HSE team. They are air specialists. Anthony Radar is our surface land negotiator. Stephanie Madrid is on our stakeholder relations team. Julia Eichenberg is our production facilities design engineer. Justin Nelson is our construction team manager who manages noise and light mitigation. Andy Lytle is the regulatory manager, and Danny Perrineau is the director of regulatory and external affairs for Rockies. You guys all raise your hands? Good. Tonight, our presentation will include several parts. I'll do an introduction to our company and who we are. Then I'd like to talk through some basics about how oil and gas works. I'm hoping some of that will help answer some of your questions. After that, we will review the regulatory requirements in Colorado at both the local and state levels. Then we will walk through the Unified Development Code and the review criteria. After that, we will explain what sets us apart from other operators in Colorado, and followed by some very specific BMPs that we incorporated into this Lizzie project. And then our proposed schedule. I did write down all your questions. I'm hoping most of them will be answered. If not, I will try to answer those at the end. And I think you guys all got this slide, and I think you might have it on your screen, so I'm hoping you can see the print. I apologize, it's small. We are one of,
I'm so sorry, I have a hand. Yes, is it urgent?
am I loud enough?
I just ask that you spell out your various acronyms,
I will.
BMPs.
Best
because,
management practices.
being former military, I'm guilty of it too.
No, I will do
But
that. You're
this is
right, I should do
this
that.
is not the common language for the people here, at least for me.
Okay, I
So
will
if
do
you can
that.
spell out your acronyms the first time you use it, I would
Sure.
appreciate it greatly.
So throughout this, I will refer to BMPs, which is best management practices. And I think the only other thing I talked about was SMEs, which is subject matter experts. I refer to us as KMOG, that stands for Kerr-McGee Oil and Gas Onshore. We are one of the largest oil and gas operators in the state. In the past 5 years, we have drilled over 1,400 new horizontal wells, and we've plugged over 3,200 for older vertical wells. We are proud to have achieved zero routine flaring in not only our Colorado, but all of our onshore operations, including New Mexico, Wyoming, and Texas. And this is just a small part of our commitment to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Low Carbon Ventures, a subsidiary of Oxy, has over 50 years of carbon management experience. In addition, Oxy has also sequestered over 20 million metric tons of CO2 annually. As part of our company's continues to grow and help reduce greenhouse gas emissions. We strive to be an operator of choice by enacting world-class best management practices that protect our public health, safety, welfare, and the environment. We are committed to operating safely and supporting the communities where we work. We are actively involved in communities and services. And as employees, we are encouraged to participate in many of these sponsorships and volunteer activities. Before I go into detail on the project, I'm hoping to address some of your questions about our project. Basically, oil and gas development is broken into 3 main phases in order to get to the production of oil and gas. The first phase is the drilling phase, and that is 5 to 7 days per well. So for a 25-well pad, that's around 22 to 29 weeks, or about 5 to 6 months. I think that possibly the staff's report was addressing something different. So he said 25 days of drilling, which is actually more like 22 to 29 weeks of drilling. And that's the production drilling rig, to drill all 25 wells. During this time, the production rig will drill all the wells, but at this time, there are no hydrocarbons that will be produced yet. This is basically a hole in the ground with nothing coming out, no hydrocarbons coming out. Then the drilling rig will move off location, and then the trucks and equipment for completions phase will move onto the pad. Hydraulic fracturing is also known as completions phase because hydraulic fracturing is one piece of the completions phase. The completions phase takes between 5 and 8 days per well. So for a 25-well pad, we expect this to take 14 to 16 weeks, or about 3 to 4 months. During this phase, the wells will be completed and ready to start connecting to the production facility to begin production of oil and gas. This leads to our production phase, which can be anywhere from 20 to 30 years. KMOG is required to complete several steps in the permitting of new oil and gas wells, both at the state and local level. In April of 2019, the state passed Senate Bill 181, which among other things gave local governments siting authority. That means local governments have more control to regulate oil and gas in their communities. As a result, in December of 2019, you all passed a resolution adopting this new code, which requires additional regulations, including substantial best management practices, such as setback requirements, limiting where oil and gas can be located based on zoning and land use, and additional air modeling standards. Many of these regulations are more strenuous than those required by the state. KMOG has been working with the City of Northglenn since March of 2022, which included several meetings and countless phone calls and emails. KMOG has demonstrated through a comprehensive permit that we meet these minimum standards of compliance with the city's new regulations. In addition, Northglenn's permits, KMOG, must obtain permits from the Colorado Energy Carbon Management Commission, ECMC, prior to operations. These are very technical permits, which includes the OGDP, which is the Oil and Gas Development Plan, and the Form 2s, which are the downhole engineering design and requirements. The first step is the OGDP, which is the hearing that will be this week, and it is actually on the 30th. Unfortunately, they changed it to the 31st and then moved it back to the 30th, so I apologize to Eric, because I had told him it changed, but it's actually back to the 30th. We will also be working with the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment to obtain air monitoring plans. And actually, we got those approved already, and those have been provided back to us. Lastly, we work with Weld County for access permits, as I mentioned previously, since the access is on a Weld County road. The staff did a really good job at explaining the oil and gas application. I'll try not to repeat anything. So basically, this map shows you in the red box there where the Lizzie location is, with Colorado Boulevard is on the east and County Roads 2 and 4 on either side of it. KMOG is proposing 25 new wells and 1 production facilities. We will drill 13 of those wells to the north, and 12 wells will be drilled to the west. These will each be 2-mile-long laterals. These 25 wells will capture approximately 2,560 mineral acres in sections 25, 24, 25, 35, and 36. The direction of these wells are represented by the blue arrows you see on this map. The initial disturbance area, which includes the drilling and completions, will be 19.3 acres, and then it will be reduced down to 7.13 acres once interim reclamation is completed. Interim reclamation is a term that we use in our business because obviously reclamation would be when we plug the wells, when we reclaim everything. So interim reclamation is the term we describe is kind of that in-between stage, that 20 years where we reclaim back our site. And so that reclamation area is about 7.2 acres. As shown on this map, Northglenn is represented in red by the surrounding communities. Dacono to the north in yellow, Broomfield in pink to the west, and Thornton in orange to the south. Now I'd like to walk through the oil and gas permitting review criteria from the Northglenn Unified Code, the UDC, which you will be reviewing this application against tonight. There are 9 criteria, A through I. We will walk through each one of these. Starting with the first, A, the requirements of subsection 11.3.6(d)(1) of this article are met. This is basically the initial application and authorization, and that has been completed. Criteria B, the site plan for the well site complies with the requirements of subsection 11.3.6(d)(3) The site plan prepared per the code requirements. That has been completed. Criteria C, the requirements of subsection 11.3.6(d)(3) are met, and that is the traffic control plan, which is complete. Primary traffic access to this site will be off of Colorado Boulevard or County Road 13, with truck traffic associated with the well site will come and go from Weld County Road 6 to the north. County Road 13 is not in the city limits, and truck traffic will be directed away from the city limits. Right-of-way and access permits have been obtained from Weld County. Criteria D, the written narrative complies with the requirements of subsection 11.3.6(d)(3)(c), capital C. The written narrative per the code requirements has been completed, and it includes 18 distinct plans listed here. I'd be happy to answer questions on these if you have questions. And I know it's a lot. I apologize, you had to read so much. Criteria E, the application complies with the location restrictions provided in subsection 11-3-6P unless a waiver is obtained, and we are not requesting a waiver. So the location and district requirements have been met and are completed. The well site meets the 1,000-foot setback requirement from platted lots, schools, existing and proposed, state licensed daycare, or city-owned facilities. The site is exactly 1,000 feet from the Northland wastewater treatment facility to the west. It's actually to the property line, so to the facility, it's a little bit more. Criteria F. The application, when applicable, the application complies with provisions of wildlife mitigation procedures provided in subsection 11-3-6Q. We have provided a wildlife protection plan that was prepared per the code that is complete. Based on the environmental surveys completed by a third-party environmental consultant in 2021 and 2022, this site is outside of high-priority habitat for wildlife as defined by the Colorado Energy Carbon Management Commission and recognized by the Colorado Parks and Wildlife. Therefore, there are no mitigations that are necessary. Criteria G. The proposed facility will not result in substantial or undue adverse effects on adjacent property, the character of the neighborhood, traffic conditions, parking, public improvements, either as they presently exist or as they may exist in the future. The Lizzie site will not result in substantial or undue adverse effects. The existing property currently contains oil and gas land use, wells, and production facilities. The adjacent property is the North Glen Wastewater Treatment Facility and North Metro Fire Complex. Traffic will be directed north on Colorado Boulevard, away from North Glen, as previously mentioned, and after initial construction, the Lizzie site will be relatively passive for the life of the wells, for 20-plus years. While the site is in Section 36, it is within the City of North Glen city limits. This location is 5.5 miles north from the heart of the city, and adverse impacts to the character and neighborhood will not occur. Criteria H, conformance with the City of North Glen Comprehensive Plan or other local planning documents. The North Glen Comprehensive Plan designates this area as future industrial and commercial land uses. Oil and gas is considered industrial, therefore is in compliance with the North Glen Comprehensive Plan. Criteria I, the proposed use will not significantly degrade the environment or public health, safety, and welfare. KMOG deploys industry-leading best management practices which are protective of public health, safety, and welfare. Northland BMPs that were adopted in 2019 have been carefully reviewed, and the Lizzie Oil and Gas permit submittal meets or exceeds these BMPs, which, as you know, includes 7 different categories with over 250 BMPs. That Colorado has the most highly regulated oil and gas permitting and operational requirements in the country, and we are proud to say that we are leaders in the state with many enhanced standard practices which we would like to share with you now. Listed here are a few of our industry-leading best management practices, and these are standards for all of our Colorado operations. First, I'd like to highlight what's called our Water on Demand pipeline system. This is a freshwater pipeline delivery system that we own that has over 180 miles of underground pipelines that allows us to deliver water for completions operations without having to truck it. This will save over 120,000 truck trips for the Lizzie project. The Integrated Operations Center, the IOC, is a state-of-the-art facility in Platteville that provides valuable monitoring capabilities for locations 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. In order to mitigate noise, we will utilize upgraded drilling rig with noise reduction features and a quiet completions technology for all of our hydraulic fracturing fleet. Relative to emissions and based on the most recently completed federal data shows that KMOG has the lowest emission of any operator in the DJ Basin. The DJ Basin is kind of this northeastern part of Colorado. The state shows on this graph that we have already met the 2030 CDPHE Regulation 2 target. In addition, KMOG now only uses Group 3 drilling muds along with a closed-loop system. Both of these practices drastically reduce odor during drilling and completions operations. As mentioned earlier, we have zero routine flaring as part of our operations, which supports our commitment to reducing greenhouse gas emissions. And we also have a stakeholder relations team, a resource dedicated to our community since 2014. We seek feedback and learn from stakeholders to tailor our operations. We are committed to transparency and sharing information about our operations and providing regular updates on our project website, which is listed there, oxycoloradostakeholder.com.
Hey, Tracy, I'm going to stop you for 1 second because I do have a question before we get too far further along, since this is a very long document and presentation. Councilmember Kondo, you don't forget your
Yes.
question.
I'll write them down. Thank you. Really, this is a very complicated topic, so I hope you don't mind me interrupting here. So you do the drilling and you drill straight down into the ground, but then
Yes.
you're saying that you need to go either north or west. So does your technology allow you to have directional control? Are you actually using your drill and drilling a hole laterally?
I know, it's
through the
really hard to wrap your brain around, isn't it? I had the same problem. So the steel pipe actually bends. So as they drill down, they drill, and by a very small percentage, it will turn and make a 90-degree turn and drill horizontally. So it
Okay.
drills down about 7,000 feet, and then it makes this turn, and it targets a specific formation, and it's able to stay in that formation as the formation moves up and down. And yes, they are able to do that. They're actually able to go out, we've actually been able to go out much longer than 2 miles, and we can hit a target the size of a baseball.
Yeah.
So it's very great,
And
amazing
are you kind of
technology.
following seams, if you will, in the geology where it's kind of like easy, soft drilling?
No.
Or you can
I would-
actually control which, your directionality?
I
is
would
your-
love to have Chris Honus actually answer that, because he really geeks out on this stuff. So let me ask him, if
Yeah,
you don't
you-
mind, to
you
come
can
up and
tell
explain
I'm
this.
I'm the
'cause he
geeky
would love to
engineer on
talk.
this
He's
group
probably
here.
already on his way up.
You bet, Chrissy. Hi, my name's Chris Honus. I'm the drilling manager for KMOG. So to kind of explain what you're asking here, we have tools that we run in the ground where you'll have a magnetometer and a gravitometer, I guess is the right word, but essentially you can measure the inclination that your tools downhole are at, and you can measure the direction they're pointed relative to north. And then we're able to send that information back up hole and read it essentially in like binary code, 0 and 1s. So it's able to tell us every time we call it a survey, but we take a survey, we find out our inclination and our direction to north. And from that data, we're able to take a survey approximately every 100 feet and connect the dots to each one of those lines. So we're able to know where we're at downhole, and then we use tools to guide the drill bit the direction that we want it to go. And I'm going to use some hand motions, so hopefully these guys on the screen here can see. But the bit that we run downhole will be on a bent housing motor. So if you can picture the end of my arm being the bit and a slight bend in the motor, very slight, not like as much as you see here, but just exaggerating. And we can point that bit the direction that we want to point it. And then as you drill, you will slowly follow that bend to do a curve. So if we point the bit left, we can turn to the left. If we point the bit right, we can turn to the right. So we're able to control where that bit goes and basically place these wells essentially right exactly where we want to put them.
So then this fracking component here is after you've drilled and you've drawn all the bit and shaft and everything, you're now pressurizing and creating cracks, if you will, in the seam. Is that kind of how
Yeah,
that's working?
so after we drill the hole in the ground, we'll take that drill pipe that we used and the drill bit that we used to drill it, we'll take all that out of the hole, and then we'll run steel casing back into the hole. We'll put cement between the hole that we drilled and the outside of that steel casing. So you'll have a fully enclosed, pressure-sealed hole down into the ground, way down about 7,500 feet below the surface. And then that horizontal part of the well that we drilled, we'll go in and put little small explosions into the pipe to put little holes down in the area that we want to try to frack. And then we'll come in with our completions crew. They'll pump mostly water, essentially, into those little holes and break the rock up about, what is that, roughly 1.5 miles below the earth.
So then after you've done that, you're going to remove or extract, I would assume, that water back out.
Right.
Where does that water go? Do you put that into storage tanks? Do you treat it? Do you eventually put it back into the water stream? Or
Come up and answer that, because he's going to
Yes.
answer it in more detail than I am. He's our completions manager. And,
Okay,
I'll turn it
gotcha.
over.
Corey Altenberg, completions manager for KMOG.
So the Basin is unique in that the water production is relatively low to other basins. So the frac load that's recovered is sub 15%. So in the early life of that well, a portion of that is produced into temporary tanks and then hauled to an injection site and injected below all of our producing horizons for a given period of time. And that water declines as production continues and is relatively low. And that's where the water goes.
So where are you going to inject this post-fracking water? Where is it going to go?
Into saltwater disposal injection horizons that are approved through a similar process. So
Okay,
those
but is
are
that going to be within 36 or anywhere within that 7.6 acreage?
roughly 4 miles to the east.
Okay. So that's outside of North Glen's municipal jurisdiction, then that'll be in somebody else's backyard?
Correct, and deeper than roughly 8,500 feet.
Okay. Okay, thank you for explaining. And may I ask our city attorney 2 questions? So Corey, my question is, if there's a legal definition around the term adverse effect on the character of ... And also, is there a legal definition around degrading the environment ... Those are the 2 clauses that come from subparagraphs G and I.
The adverse effect is going to be frankly based on the evidence you received tonight, so you get to make that determination. As it relates to compatibility, that's based on our comp plan, and so the presentation that the staff made about what the current plan indicates and the future sub-area plan contemplates.
Okay, understand. Thank you.
Good.
Thank you, Madam.
Okay.
Pro Tem.
Do you have a couple more hands, though? Councilmember Goff.
Thank you. So my question was, it was briefly mentioned, but is this water coming from? Is it North Glen water or where?
No, it's not municipal water. We source our own water, and we have our own pipeline system that's on private property that spans the field. It's about 180 miles worth of pipeline that we've built over time, just so that we don't have to truck water to locations. It's non-potable water. It's not municipal water. And so we're able to bring this water onto location. We use existing pipeline underground, and then we use lay flat hose on the surface that brings water into the exact location for hydraulic fracturing.
What's the source, original source? Are you recycling water? What, I'm curious.
It's a combination of sources depending on the time of year. We have contracts with a lot of different vendors. We have to submit to the state a water plan that lists all of our vendors that we get water from, because these are all subsurface issues. We didn't really bring them up as part of this application, but we're required by the state to provide a list of all of our vendors in different locations where we might source water. And so we buy water not unlike a farmer might do. So we buy water and we have water rights. So.
Okay, all right. And then my second question was, explain to me, how do you get away with zero flaring? How does that work? What are you doing instead? What's that all about?
I want to also just go back to the saltwater disposal wells. Those are highly regulated commercial facilities that we contract with, and we take our water to for produced waters. And those are, like I said, highly regulated by the state, and they must follow a lot of different guidelines at the state requirements. So they are limited to how fast they can inject it. There's a lot of different requirements. I'm not as familiar with those, but just so you know. Julia?
Hello, I'm Julia Eichenberger. I'm the facilities lead for KMOG. So when you ask about how we are not flaring, so the associated gas that will be produced with this oil and gas, we don't burn that when it comes up above ground. There will be an oil pipeline as well as a gas pipeline, and that gas will actually be put into that pipeline and transported for sale and use. So that's not an off-gas product that is burned.
So you don't have a way, is there my understanding of when they do, places, probably older ones, do this flaring because, they need to release the energy or the whatever. So you're not having to do that?
No.
Or how do you do that?
So, let me take half a step back. So, in an emergency situation, we shut everything in and we hold.
Okay.
So if we have a high-pressure event, we actually have our automation and our control systems, and we can shut the wells in and control that remotely. So that is, the facility itself won't just blow everything to a flare. So that is our zero routine flaring. What you may see on the application is what is called an emission control device. In our oil and gas production facility, we separate oil, water, and gas. The water, for a short time, is kept in storage tanks before it is trucked off location. If there is any residual flash gas in that water, it's a very small amount. If there is anything there, that will be taken to the emission control device, so we're not, and completely combusted. So I wanted to make sure that's not considered routine flaring. We're not flaring the associated gas. But if you see that emission control device, I wanted you to be aware of what that was.
And so since you mentioned that emission control, I mean, I'm jumping, I guess, to sensor. I mean, does the state has requirements for you monitoring what is around this facility or what comes out of it?
We do have air monitoring requirements, and I will defer to Chad Schlichtenmeyer on those requirements.
And maybe you're
Before
going
you
to
go-
come to that, I don't know.
We will, but before we go, because my next slide was talking about our oil tankless facility design, which Julia designed. And I think my slide is missing because it was supposed to be a video, so we skipped it. So I'm going to let Julia, if you don't mind.
Sure.
I know you're better than
Sure.
Rest of this.
Oh, yeah, can we hold on? Because I actually still have a couple of hands, and they might be questions that are relevant to what you were speaking to just before. So before we get that, sorry, thank you so much for your patience. I really appreciate it. Councilmember Jaramillo, you've had your hand up for a long time. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So I wanted to address that. You say you have a stakeholder relations team, and we're stakeholders, but we were not made aware of anything going on like this until like 5 days ago. So, I mean, I don't know, was anybody else contacted by?
Councilmember Jaramillo, you can't be contacted because you're a quasi judicial decision maker tonight. So the reason that you were not contacted is because your obligation is to decide based on the evidence presented to you this evening.
Okay, thank you, Corey.
I will say that our stakeholder relations team is very active and motivated to work with stakeholders. So when we have stakeholders that are closer, but in this situation, everybody's over 2,000 feet away. So 2,000 feet is kind of where we start really trying to engage people sooner. But everybody in this case was more than 2,000 feet away in terms of homes, is what I'm talking about. But there was a notice that was sent out for the hearings, and our stakeholder relations team would have been available to answer questions had we gotten any phone calls for that as well. We did not. We have a website that will keep everybody up to date on activities for this location as it moves through, and we are willing to meet with or talk to anybody who has questions about the project. And I do have a representative here if you would like to have them chat.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Thank you. Thank you, Corey, for addressing that. Super important. I do have him, Councilmember Long, you have one more thing to add here?
Yeah,
No,
real
thank
quick.
you.
Again, my apologies for not being up to speed on this. You've got a whole flock of subject matter experts in the audience. And maybe I'm just remembering, looking back to what used to take place, but when you mentioned the water and the water exchanges, I do remember distinctly that when you punched that water into the ground, there are some chemicals that used to go along with it. Do you still have those chemicals? I mean, do you still use, dare I say it, the word benzene? I mean, are those kinds of chemicals still inculcated with the water as it goes down, for lack of better words?
Yes, there is, what's injected into the ground is water, sand, proppant, sand, and a small amount of chemicals. The chemicals do not include benzene. There are certain restricted chemicals, and I can have my completions engineer talk in more detail about that. But once we do frac a site, we are required, because every location is a little different, the chemical formula is a little different, but it's a very small percentage of chemicals. It's less than 0.01% of the total amount that's put into the ground. Those chemicals are required to be listed on Frac Focus, which is a website where we identify the chemicals, as well as there are chemicals that the city has provided us that they require that we not use. And we've agreed not to use any of the chemicals on their do not use list. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, so it'd be safe to say that through time now, we've really gotten better at how we go about doing this drilling with the waters and everything else.
Yes,
That's what
sir.
I'm hearing. Is that a correct statement?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, I think we got questions out of the way for now.
Okay.
We can continue, thank you.
I can, well, I'll wait and answer the other questions until later. I'll go ahead and ask Julia to come up here and talk about, which is another one of our best management practice, which is our oil tankless facility. Sorry, Julia. Good job, it's fine.
I'll try and do this without a visual, hopefully. Hopefully I can walk you through the advantages of our oil tankless facility. So historically, production facilities would separate oil, water, and gas. You would have flaring for the gas. You would store the oil in tanks to be trucked off location, and you would store water in tanks to be trucked off location. The design that we utilize here in the DJ Basin is what we have called an oil tankless design. So in addition to the gas going into a pipeline, the oil also goes directly into a pipeline. We don't have atmospheric storage tanks for oil at this production facility, which is a pretty significant benefit in terms of emissions. And the not storing that oil at atmospheric pressure with tank breathing is a pretty big advantage on the emissions front. So that is the basics of what our oil tankless facility is. The way that we are able to do that is we keep the oil pressurized until it gets to the pipeline. We have pumps to add pressure to it to make sure that we can get the oil far enough away to the Central Oil Stabilization Facility, which is a third-party facility that handles further oil processing. So we do that elsewhere. Any questions on that? I know that was a very basic overview.
Councilmember Kondo?
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. So I'd like to just expand on what Dr. Goff was asking about gases. So methane clearly is, I think, a big concern. So that methane gas is also being put right into the pipeline, and further down the chain will be separated and eliminated or collected and used.
That is correct. The associated natural gas that we make from these gas wells goes into the pipeline. We sell that to a third party, and at that third party, they do additional gas processing at a gas processing plant to break that down into methane, ethane, propane, et cetera, into all of the hydrocarbon constituents.
And that's the reason why then you're saying you don't have to have flaring going off, because everything is just going in directly into a pipe and being shipped.
Correct. And then it will be, processed and then used as natural gas.
Okay, thank you.
I'd like to point out also that website up there, the oxycoloradostakeholder.com, there's a video that describes that facility. It's only about 3 minutes long, but it's really worthwhile listening to. I think we're the only ones in the county that does that. Were there more questions, or can I continue?
You can continue.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thanks. I think I already talked about this one. So these are the Lizzie BMPs, Best Management Practices, that we've agreed to as part of this application. We have an electrification plan. This demonstrates how KMOG will use an electric production drilling rig, which is a significant change from our standard operations. This is possible due to nearby access to line power from United Power. In addition, the production facilities will also be powered by electricity. The Lizzie development will also be located in an area of compatible surrounding uses, as we've mentioned before. To the west is the treatment facility. To the north is the North Metro Fire District Complex, both of which are considered compatible land uses. In addition, the North Glen Comprehensive Plan identifies this area as transit-oriented development and light industrial commercial uses. Both are considered compatible uses. In fact, Lizzie's pad is over 2,000 feet from the nearest residential home, high-priority habitat for wildlife. This is a definition that we have through the Colorado Oil and Gas Conservation Commission, or the ECMC, apologize. And it's also 2,000 feet from school properties and any daycare facilities. For visual mitigation, we've addressed this both during the construction and the production phase. Again, the construction phase is the drilling and the completion and constructing the production facility. And then the production phase is when we're into production, we've reclaimed back the site. During the construction phase, we will propose to have a full wrap of a 32-foot tall acoustically designed sound wall during the drilling and completions phases. KMOG uses these walls frequently based on sound science. In this case, these walls are not really needed for noise compliance, but we are including them for the city's BMPs to aid in overall noise and light mitigation. These are 32-foot tall. During the production phase, we will construct a 6-foot tall berm along the south and east portions of the site of both the wells and the production facility. This will provide screening from both roads and properties. In addition, we are using a decorative black steel fence around the facilities and wells for security versus our typical chain link fences. This is something similar to what you might see on a commercial property. And then from a safety perspective, we are planning a locking system on the fences and gates that are specifically requested by North Metro Fire District. And lastly, we are including air modeling to demonstrate our compliance with air quality standards and health guidance values. We are also, this falls into one of the questions you had earlier about benefits. We are also decommissioning many nearby existing oil and gas wells as part of this development. We will be retiring or plugging and abandoning approximately 36 wells altogether and 8 production facilities as part of this new development. These are older vertical wells. 25 of these wells are in the North Glen city limits. This work will include the reclamation of approximately 15.2 acres. So removing those wells and the production facilities and reclaiming 15.2 acres. As a comparison, the proposed Lizzie site is about 7.2 acres. So it results in a net overall reduction of oil and gas development of 8 acres as part of this development. Here is a planned operations timeline. We plan to start pad construction in September of 2023, contingent upon the approval by both North Glen and the state. These will be followed by various phases of development and then wrap up with interim reclamation in the summer of 2025, so just short of 2 years of construction. And then those wells will be in production for the 20-plus years. Lastly, I want to share with you some contact information on our stakeholder relations team who are here to serve the community through the life of the well, not just the construction phase. Also, here is a contact for our Integrated Operations Center, or IOC. You can call that number 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. This concludes our presentation. I do want to point out that correction on the ECMC, or the hearing with the state, is this Wednesday on the 30th at 1:30. Versus the 31st. And then a couple questions that I'd like to address from previous. We are doing a $3 million bond with the city of North Glen, but we are also doing a $40 million bond with the state. It's a financial assurance bond. So that would handle plugging these wells and any other kinds of financial assurance. So I just wanted to let you know that. Some other benefits, I mentioned that we would be plugging all those other wells, but in addition to that, there is tax revenue that is generated from severance taxes. Severance taxes are when you sever minerals from the ground. I believe it's approximately 11.6 mils, and so that would benefit the city in the millions. I don't have exact numbers with me tonight. So I just wanted to let you know that that was, and that would be based on production and oil prices in terms of how much that would be revenue to the city. I believe that was all I had. I'm sure I missed some of your questions. I'm happy to answer questions at this time.
We do have more questions. Thank you. Councilmember Kondo.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So I would like to just kind of now think the long game here. So after you're done and you have these 25 holes, so what I read here in your packet is basically you seal them with cement. is there anything else that's going to be going down into those holes besides cement?
After they're plugged and abandoned or during the production
During,
phase?
during that plugging and abandonment process, that closing process?
Nothing else goes down into those wells, no.
Okay.
And if you'd like more detail on that, Chris is really good explaining the plugging and abandonment process.
Yes, please.
Okay, hold on. Chris?
Yeah, so after we're all completely done, you're right, we'll go back in and we'll fill up the well in specific intervals above the production zone, up near the surface casing chute, and then another cap up at surface with solid concrete, essentially. Those are tagged and those are tested, and then a negative test is performed to make sure that there's no possibility of any flow coming back up. We make sure that there's cement on the outside of that steel pipe by running logs and confirming where that cement's at. And then we set the cement on the inside of the pipe so that you have a full column of cement from the hole that was originally drilled all the way across the entire wellbore to seal it off. The state has regulations that dictate the lengths those cement columns need to be and where you place them throughout the well before you cut the casing off just below ground level, cap the well, and abandon it completely.
Gotcha. And then, after you've restored the site and everything, do you have long-term monitoring to figure out if you are having any leakage of gases and stuff like that? How do you do that and how long?
I might turn that over to someone on the regulatory team. I don't know after we leave the. After we've capped them. I'm watching them, they're a little confused. I do the drilling side of it, and then we hand it off to an entire team that we have a raptor who does all the abandonment.
Yeah.
Why don't you let us dig into that a little bit?
Yeah, if you don't have the right person to answer, but, I'm just thinking the long term. What else could happen after you're done? And after you've sealed, that could have some potential impact on the environment. Okay, thank you. Appreciate that.
Great. Councilmember Long.
Thank you. In another life, I worked with several folks that wrote a bill to reevaluate Colorado's mineral severance tax. Cut to the chase, our Colorado mineral severance tax is set at 5%. The effective collection is south of 2%. All our neighboring states to the north, with North Dakota across the line to Wyoming, Montana, they're at 11.5%. You might say that we're the most regulated, but we do a very poor job in collecting our mineral severance taxes from folks like yourself. And that's why, with all due respect, just as I assailed our honorable attorney here, I would need to see some data analytics on 11.6 mils that you quoted here. I would have to see that, because I don't buy into that. We are in a situation now where if we just were to enforce the Colorado mineral severance tax, there would be a largesse of billions of dollars really coming into the Colorado Treasury. This goes along with coal and everything else that we do here. We do a poor job of it. And I'm just sharing with you that you triggered something that, unfortunately or regrettably for you, I happen to know a little bit about to get in trouble. So I just want to share that with you. I need to see more information, with all due respect.
Thank you for that, and I would be happy to provide information after the hearing. I don't think I have it with me tonight, but I absolutely can get our tax specialist involved and provide more details if you'd like.
Thank you.
You bet.
Thank you. Councilmember Goff?
Again. And this probably isn't a question for you now, I'm going back. We've heard about interest in developing Section 36 from outside, unknown companies at this point. So I would like to hear from somebody who could maybe say, will this fracking setup, how's that going to impact trying to develop the rest of that? And like I said, I don't know that you're the one to answer.
So our sub-area plan is to look at what the potential future development holds. They own a significant portion of that land, so it's their discretion as to whether or not they wish to develop the site in accordance with our sub-area plan or not. They are one of the, outside of Northglenn, they're one of the largest landholders of Section 36. So we would likely be engaging them as a stakeholder as we go through that process.
Well, I guess I'm just trying to narrow down on like impacts on, negative impacts, I guess, on Northglenn. Would you think possibly there could be any, like, somebody wouldn't want to be next to, fracking?
So what we've identified this in the old and current and potentially future sub-area plans is we're looking at industrial uses. We're not proposing residential for this area. So I think when you think of industrial uses in a drill setting is more or less consistent with the uses that you would otherwise find in industrial zone land.
Well, I mean, that's what I was asking, because even if it was like a little, light industrial factory or whatever, somebody might have health concerns about working next to something. So that's what, so you don't think that's going to be?
I mean, the thing is we just don't know what's going to go out there. I mean, it could be heavy manufacturing that goes out there that could have similar type of pollutants that aren't necessarily associated with oil and gas, but may have other types of health hazard safety considerations that need to take place. But at this point, we just don't know. Part of what we want to be able to do with this exercise is to understand what type of infrastructure is going to be needed to develop the area. And also, as we've mentioned before when we were talking through the budget process, is there's going to be shared services. We're going to need to be looking at, roads, working with the other jurisdictions, because we don't necessarily control the surrounding area roads adjacent to 36 in certain instances.
Okay, all right, well, thank you. I think that might be all I have right now.
Okay, thanks.
Does council have any other questions for the applicant? Yes, Councilmember Jaramillo?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So I understand after the wastewater facility is done doing their job, they release it back and it goes downstream and
No, I'm sorry, maybe that wasn't clear. Our wastewater is,
no, our wastewater plant is
oh, I'm
next
sorry.
door.
Yes.
I mean, it's gonna be going, pretty much, it's downstream to Brighton, I can imagine. I don't know if it's gonna be affected as well, everybody else, since it's
No.
going east. Like the drilling, I'm just thinking like,
Well, the drilling is over, a mile down, and there's quite a bit of ground, so there's no contamination that you have to worry about from that respect. And everything that comes up is in an enclosed containers or in a closed system. We do, like we mentioned before, we do air monitoring to just make sure that nothing is being released. So we'll do that for a period with quite a few monitors around the location, and that's reviewed by the state.
okay, I'm just trying to look at this map real quick. If there's any aquifers nearby if they go down that far.
And we do water monitoring too, for anybody who has water wells in the area. We ask to test their well before we start our operations, and then we can test it later if they have any concerns. That way we can get triggers and identify if there's been any issues.
Okay, and it looks like we'd be right along the South Platte and then the Denver Basin. So that's just, this map is, okay, so how far down do aquifers go? I'm not a water
Oh, gosh.
specialist. 1,000 feet? Okay, I'm just trying to get an idea of like, the water goes down or everything else and.
So just a reminder, we can only have sworn people who were sworn in for testimony. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Yeah, so the aquifers throughout the DJ Basin, the depths can vary slightly across the basin, but for the most part, it's in about the 1,000 to 2,000 foot range. When we come out to drill these wells, we'll verify that we take our surface casing, which is drilled with water-based drilling fluid, and then we drill it down to below that aquifer depth. In this case, I believe we're putting our surface casing at about 1,800 feet true vertical depth down. So we'll drill a bigger hole We'll come in and drill with water-based fluid. I mean, essentially, it is just water that we're drilling that portion of the well with. We'll run steel pipe down to that 1,800 foot, and then we'll cement that steel pipe in place. Once we have that in place and pressure tested, that's when the production rig will come in and then start drilling the part of the well that goes down into the actual oil-bearing formations. So any aquifers, rivers, any usable water, it's highly regulated by the state. They have definite requirements on what the definition of an aquifer is, and we'll have that totally protected with that surface casing before we ever have any risk of introducing hydrocarbons or any risk of an outside source trying to contaminate our well.
I do have one, just clarification. I know you mentioned it on the monitoring and security of the site. Could you just refresh my memory on what that looks like? Monitoring the site for security?
I just want to add one thing to what Chris said.
Go
He
ahead.
talked about the production casing. That production casing sits inside that surface casing, and in between the two, there is more cement. So you've got multiple layers of cement and steel that are protecting the water table. So I just wanted to point that out. So you want to talk about
thank you.
security relative to, we have on-site security with fencing. We fence our locations. Is that what you were talking about? And we provide, those are
beyond that.
locked based on the North Metro Fire Protection District has asked us to use a certain kind of locking system that they use so they can easily access the site if they need to. They can come by and do any kind of inspections they need to anytime. And so those locks are tailored to their needs. And we also have monitoring from what's called our Integrated Operations Center. Oftentimes, we'll have cameras on location. Oftentimes, we'll have monitors on those locations so we can actually see what's going on out there. And then we also have an operator generally come out to the location on a weekly basis just to check everything, to make sure everything is working properly. And then we also have different kinds of air inspections that happen on a regular basis. I can let my air inspection expert talk about those if you'd like. I know that we do AVO, which are audio, visual, and AVO, and olfactory. I'm not an air expert, but he can talk about those if you'd like.
That would be great. I was more interested in knowing what the online monitoring is, and if you have like a live person monitoring it 24/7. Yes, I'm seeing a yes from
Yes.
one of your experts in the audience.
We do
That's the
have,
only question I have.
the wells, in terms of the pressures, are monitored at the IOC. So if there's any spikes or anything, we know something's going on, we can get somebody out there right away. So that is happening 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
That was my question. I do have more hands for you here,
Do you want to
Councilmember
answer the air
Kondo.
question with the health?
I think we can move on to the next
Okay.
question. I'm good, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. So I go back and I look at now on page 48, criteria A. And the staff analysis says that the information, the applicant's information included in attachment C contains all the information required in this article. So I'm trying to find attachment C in this packet. I do find appendix C on page 201, which is just a boilerplate example PSSR document. And then on page 55, it looks like that's the application, but it's labeled attachment 5. So I'm just trying to figure out, is attachment 5 attachment C?
Yes. Attachment 5 was included as attachment C to the Planning Commission staff report. We decided, instead of making this document even double the size by giving you duplications for that attachment as included in the Planning Commission, it is attachment 5 of your packet. So the same information is what the Planning Commission looked at. You're correct.
Okay, gotcha. And I'm not trying to nitpick you. I'm just trying to make sure, yep, staff work was done and everything ticks and ties together. Thank you. Appreciate that, Eric.
Okay, one more hand, and then we'll move into any persons opposed. Councilmember Goff.
Okay, thank you. I am kind of getting residents who couldn't make it to the meeting texting me with questions. And somebody has mentioned, and I was not aware of this at all. So in a way, I'm kind of leaning towards getting more information and coming back to this. But somebody asked me why Firestone recently voted no to Karen McGee drilling in their area. And so I don't know anything about that. Can you make some kind of a comment or response?
I can. So we had a proposed application with Firestone for, thinking it was 1 or 2 pads. I believe it was 2 separate pads for drilling. The city council approved that application, actually. So Firestone did approve that application. However, the state denied it.
Okay. Okay. Did they give any reason, or?
There was quite a few residential building units within 2,000 feet.
Okay.
So the city felt that we had provided adequate protections. We have a lot of protections in place, but the state did not agree with that. Did I say that correctly?
Okay, well, thank you. You answered that question.
You bet.
Okay. I don't see any other questions currently at this time. All persons opposed to the application are entitled to present evidence at this time. Comments are limited to 5 minutes per person. Please state your name and address for the record, if so. Sir, go ahead. State your name and address, please. And you have 5 minutes.
Hi, my name is Corey Bleeker. My address is 1163 County Road 13. And that's Brighton, 80603. So I don't live in North Glen, but I do own and operate a business in North Glen. And my main reason for opposing this is I'm not against fracking and production of oil in the United States. It just, over the last 4 or 5 years, 6 years, whatever it's been, you know, there for a while, our country was energy independent. There was a lot of it going on around us. And I can tell you that it comes with a burden on the people that live there. It's loud. They work 24/7 around the clock. It's not 7 to 5. It's truck traffic galore, mud up and down the roads, broken windshields all the time. There's a lot of, I don't want to stereotype things, but there's a lot of drug use at those sites. And you just see a lot of the type of workers and stuff that come with that industry, walking down the side of the road with a backpack, carrying in a gas can, knocking on your door at 10 o'clock at night. It's a big deal when you live in that area. And that is why I kind of oppose North Glen's authority to really even have the ability to sort of push that on the residents that live there, because there is one resident in the city of North Glen that lives in that 1 square mile. And I think as council members and mayors that govern your constituents, there's a voice out there that you guys don't hear, and they don't get a chance to come. And when you're raising kids, it's a big deal. I don't know how much time I have left, but you brought up water. So I would say within about 2 months of a drilling site setting up literally across the street, just across Colorado Boulevard and across County Line Road 2 to the south. Our well went bad. Well, what happened? The water became so corrosive, it ate through the pipe. So I spent, $10,000 on a new pump and new drop pipe and replaced it. And within 30 days, my well quit working. Why? Because it was so corrosive, it ate a hole through the pipe. So the water was spraying out before it got to the top because it's 1,000 feet deep. So after tens of thousands of dollars in water quality equipment and stuff, I drilled a new well. And so now I have a brand new well, and I can assure you, they may drill straight down and they may be able to turn at an angle, but they're disrupting all the groundwater underneath. Water takes the path of least resistance. And when 2 waters from different aquifers mix, it becomes very acidic, and the pH is different, and you would be amazed what it can eat through. And my family has to drink that water. And my neighbor on this side and my neighbor on that side, who actually borders the property there where these wells are going to be set up, and 25 holes drill in all different directions. You can't tell me that that doesn't affect the way that water flows and pressurizing it. And I realize there's science and billions of dollars that go behind this. I just wanted to tell you what I've experienced. That's firsthand experience for me and my family of spending, $150,000 to fix a problem that, how do you prove that that's what it is? So, how much time do I have left?
2 minutes.
I
Couple
took
of
some
minutes.
notes here. Is there anyone that can tell me where the meeting for the state is on the 30th? Will it be here in this council chambers or no?
No.
Can you send me that?
We can address that.
Perfect. I wasn't sure the acronym if that was the right meeting.
We can find that information out for you later.
Okay. And then, as far as the property being 2,000 feet away, that is Ray Feld's residence, and they are on a well. We're on a well. The next two houses up are on a well. The one in between has, I think, a tap. It's a private water company. And I just, I don't know how flagship annexation works or when it happened. I can just tell you that, we have a Weld County Commissioner that lives right there. She's a state senator now. She used to be a commissioner. She's very active politically and keeps us all kind of in the loop of what's happening there. And that was a big deal. And I know there was a lawsuit over it. There was a lot of people upset because, it's industrial use area to North Glen, but there's other people who don't live in North Glen that live there. And there is a vast amount of land closer than 5 miles from the most populated part of the entire state to drill and frack and go for oil. I don't know why it has to happen in our backyard. I think that's it.
Thank you.
Thank you for giving me the time.
Is there anyone else who would like to stand in opposition? Please state your name and address, and you'll have 5 minutes.
Stephen Musco, 294 East 112th Drive. Not really opposition, but a commentary that I commend all of you for your questions. Dr. Goff, I think you're correct to go down that alley of possible damages and how they're going to be covered. I wish you would ask some more detailed questions about ECD. What is and how does it work? Mission control device. What does it do? Magic box. What's the magic? Same question with you is what's the magic in the box? You're correct to ask about the water, the wastewater. Previous speaker is correct. There is effect on groundwater. The monitoring situation does need to be addressed, that ongoing monitoring of the well water in the area and the air in the area. And it can't be ended when they plug the hole and leave. Both of those have to be ongoing, both the water in that area, around that area, and the air. You're correct to ask about the hazards. And I noted in there, and I might need some help from you, there was something about the city has to approve it first, then the state approves it. Then if the city sees something significant, I think it was called, or severe, or something like that, who gets to choose what's significant and severe?
It's a good question. If there is a change in what has been submitted,
Right,
then it comes back to the city.
okay, and then the city gets to choose that we think this is severe, or we think this is significant.
We rely on our consultants, absolutely, to make that determination.
Okay, keep an eye on that. And Councilman Long, you're absolutely correct to keep a look at the dollars and cents going on here. It doesn't sound like we're getting a fair shake at all for the city of North Glen to take on those liabilities and responsibilities of having that well there and not getting compensated properly. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe there's someone who signed up in advance to speak.
Yes, Lauren Weatherly signed up, in advance.
Please state your name.
Hi,
and
my
address.
name is Lauren Weatherly. I live at 1160 West 99th. in North Glen. So I'm just here as a North Glen resident who saw the 252-page document come through, as I always check council agendas and see what's coming up. And I did review it. It was a lot, and I certainly appreciate the task that you all have before you tonight. But I just wanted to share some concerns that I have. They came up for me when I was looking through this information. And some of you have already touched on some of these, but I wanted to just kind of share my perspective on this. So I think one thing that's important is, like, I appreciate all the information that everybody's been sharing. One thing I noticed is that there's like a lot of different ways of referring to the company that's proposing this project. And I think it's important to just be on record and say that this is Anadarko. This is a company that is responsible for the wells that blew up in Firestone and killed people just a couple of years ago. And if we want to go back even further, this is the company that's also responsible for, in some ways, for the majority stakeholder in the Deepwater Horizon disaster. So this company has made mistakes, so I just want to say that. It's not surprising that they're using a different name on this application. It's legal for them to do that. Kerr-McGee is a company they acquired several years ago, so they fully have the right to operate under this name. But I just want to be clear that this is Anadarko who is using a different name. I also wanted to share, so this plan proposes horizontal drilling under our current wastewater treatment plant. The wastewater treatment, or the wastewater that's collected on this site is from, residents' toilets and sinks, treated extensively, and then released back to the Platte River as per the city's agreements. From the Platte River, it flows to the Missouri and ultimately to the Mississippi, the Gulf of Mexico, right? So this water travels, and many other cities, counties, states rely on this water that we are producing, or that we are treating in North Glen. So I'm not speaking about the fracking fluid. And I know that in, horizontal drilling itself, it's not so much of a concern for contamination going directly into like the wastewater through the fracking process. But what I do have concerns about is if there was some kind of spill or catastrophic accident that happened during the process of this drilling, or any of the process of setting up this well or these wells. Accidents happen at sites. It happens. And so if there is some kind of catastrophic spill or accident, is the city ready to...
That was the alarm. Sorry, that was my alarm. Keep going.
Ready to absorb the consequences. Currently, our city is responsible for this water that is treated on this site. So what kinds of plans are in place to sort of mitigate if something did happen on the surface? I'm not talking about below ground. And additionally, the act of drilling does cause seismic vibrations, which is something that communities have complained about, but my understanding is that there's still a lot to be understood about like impacts of seismic vibrations from drilling. And I don't know if anybody's studied the seismic impacts of drilling on a wastewater treatment operation. I would want to see that research. So sort of like all said, the potential for something bad to happen during this drilling process is low, as Anadarko has, and all the people here have provided a lot of information about their safety measures and all of that. But Councilmember Kondo, you used the phrase earlier about something else, low probability, high consequence. If something bad does happen, the potential for really, really terrible consequences down the road is high. And so, the city of North Glen is responsible for releasing this water back into the Platte. And like the possibility that something bad happens is not zero. It's not zero. And I don't think that anybody could prove that it's zero. So I just want to suggest that you carefully consider whether or not rushing to this decision is responsible. I would like to see more studies done. I would like to see more evidence that the operation will not have negative impacts. I would like to see examples of other projects that involve wastewater treatment plants and drilling so close to them. you know, it's like the city's not really, like, this has been discussed at length, city's not really getting a whole lot from this operation, negligible amounts of money that are maybe in question, going to our municipal budget. No North Glen residents stand to gain financially, so we're not like infringing on people's rights to you know, to make money from their land, or North Glen residents. And this is the only land that's really available for drilling in North Glen, so it's not like, you know, you taking some measures to delay this and ask for more information would create any, you know, serious future precedents. Like, this is the only place that drilling can happen. So, and I'm also wondering too, has drilling of this sort ever been done before directly on, because it does go directly under the wastewater treatment plant. I think that's unclear. So council's being asked to approve this resolution. Anadarko's desire to use this land. Are you confident that there is 0% chance of any spills or accidents occurring? Are you confident that there is 0% chance that our wastewater will not be impacted adversely, and that North Glen won't be seen as ground zero for contaminating or otherwise impacting the waterways that flow into the Mississippi River? And if you answer no to either of these questions, I suggest that you ask for more time, more studies, more due diligence before this project is allowed to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Lauren. I apologize for that. I had set my timer because it wasn't going, and then I forgot it.
Oh, I have a timer.
Is there anyone else that is opposed and would like to step forward?
Madam Mayor Pro Tem, I would note that you have an email on the dais that should be made part of the record that was from an individual by the name of Chase Janis that is also in opposition, and so that should be made part of the record as well as in opposition.
Absolutely. It says here that there is a voicemail that was sent to the city clerk. Are we to play that voicemail, or are we just making note that there is a letter in opposition?
Just making note that there's a letter in opposition. The council has previously determined not to take voicemail testimony. So this can be a written record that is part of the record in opposition.
Okay, thank you, because the resident did ask that this would be read aloud if.
There is no requirement it be read aloud.
Okay, thank you. Everybody on the council dais has received this letter?
Yes.
And there's no one else that is wanting to testify in opposition? Okay, and we'll move on. Is there anyone on the phone that would like to provide public comment? You can unmute yourself by pressing *6 if so. I do not see anyone on the phone. Are there any other interested persons? You may now present public comment or evidence on the proposed oil and gas facility. Comments are limited to 5 minutes per person. Please state your name and address for the record. So this is not necessarily in opposition, just any other interested persons. No? Okay. Since there was testimony in opposition, we will now ask the applicant if they would like to present any rebuttal evidence at this time.
Thank you. Yes, we would. And I'm hoping I can have several people help with these responses. For the water protection, I know Chris Honus has already spoke to it, but he also deals with a lot of the contractors we have on these locations, and he could also talk to water protection in terms of water well protections and drug testing or anything to do with the quality of the contractors that we hire.
Yeah, some of the comments made surrounded kind of the quality of people that will be associated with the location and the operations that we're doing. Through KMOG, we have a very stringent process that we go through when we vet all of our vendors and the people that will be coming to work on these sites. We sign a master service contract with any contract that has a thorough HSE review that goes into essentially drug testing to ensure that they're doing a thorough drug testing policy, random testing, and that this includes everyone, truck drivers, people on the rig crew, water haulers that come out. All of our vendors have to meet these stringent requirements for drug testing. We also go through detailed health, safety, and environmental reviews and have a contractor management team that audits our contractors to ensure that the people coming out on site that work with KMOG particularly are of a quality that meets our standards to be out there. Also, still a lot of questions on protecting the water. I won't go through again kind of how we protect the aquifer, because I think I went through that pretty well. But in addition to protecting water off-site, if we were to have any spills in our pad build process, we make sure that we have ditching and berming around the entire pad. So in the unlikely event that we were to have a spill on location, all of that spill would be contained within our disturbance area, and we'd have heavy equipment out there and ability to clean that up before it would have any chance of spreading off of our disturbance area that we permit over towards the wastewater treatment plant. Is there any other ones, Tracy?
Good evening. I'm Anthony Rader. I'm surface land negotiator for KMOG. So prior to conducting any operations on the location, even constructing location, within the 2,560 acre area that we're looking to develop the minerals, we provide any resident within that area a notice or a postcard or a mailer that offers water testing for any residential water wells and or livestock or non-potable water wells. And that testing would be conducted by a third-party contractor that would handle the chain of custody of the water that is tested. So they would come out and gather the samples and then provide chain of custody until it gets to the laboratory that'll perform the analysis. And then the results would be shared. I believe they get shared back to landowner and then gathered internally. And we not only perform a pre-operations test, but then a post-operations test. I believe it's 6 months after drilling completions of the wells.
Thank you.
I just wanted to make a comment about the wastewater treatment plant. There was a referral sent to the wastewater treatment facility, and we called them directly and just confirmed that they didn't have any comments or any concerns as part of this application. So I just want to know that the concerns, if the wastewater treatment plant wasn't concerned, didn't bring up any questions or any other clarifications. They have that one larger pond, and then they have smaller holding ponds. They actually told me they would be eliminating those smaller ponds in the future. So I just wanted to get that on record as well. And now Justin Nelson will come up. He's on our construction team. He'll talk about the noise walls that are installed. He coordinates that, and any of the traffic related to the location relative to mud or any construction traffic. Thank you.
Good evening. So we fall underneath the regulations of the ECMC. So we are under very strict noise regulations for the location. We will install 32-foot sound walls that do mitigate noise. But with that, we also have mitigated drilling and completions fleets. So the benefit of that is you're mitigating the noise at the source. So you're able to have a lot quieter equipment on location. We will have continuous monitoring on location. So that's ran 24/7. And upon request from the COGCC, or I'm sorry, the ECMC, they can review that data. So I will have to give them whatever data they ask for, the date and time they ask for it, we have to provide it to them. So that data is available to them at any time that they request it. As far as vehicle tracking, that is a concern, especially with all the rain that we've had. It's something that we address on a daily basis. We do have vehicle tracking controls. Those are part of our BMPs as you're exiting the location. Those are designed to help knock the mud off of the vehicles as they're driving off of location onto the county road. But that doesn't always capture all the dirt, all the mud, and stop that from happening. So whatever tracking does go onto the county road is handled from a street sweeping crew. We have vendors that provide street sweeping for us, and they are our vendors, so we handle that as it occurs, and it happens, this year it's happened quite a bit, and we've been able to address that consistently. It's also a requirement within Weld County that we are to keep the county roads clean. So it is a violation if we do not have the county roads clean and all of that mud or crap being taken care of. So.
Thank you.
Justin works directly with our contractors who prepare our noise modeling plans. Those are plans that show DBA and DBC scale noise for both the drilling and the completions, and those were submitted as part of this application package. And then it shows the same modeling after the sound walls are up and shows how they are in compliance with the state requirements. The last item I wanted to bring up is I've gotten feedback from my team that I may have gotten the mill levy wrong, but that the numbers that were run are in this about $4.6 million worth of severance revenue that the city could expect as part of this project. I think that concludes our comments. I know at this point you're not asking any more questions, so I'll leave it at that. But I'm happy to.
We can.
Oh, you can?
We
Oh,
can ask more questions.
Thank you.
Are you done with the rebuttal portion?
I believe I am. I think I covered most of the items.
Okay, great. Does council have any other questions to ask either of the applicant or of staff? Now is the last chance to do that.
I have a resident who wanted to say something, not get through on the.
Councilmember Walker.
Okay. Can I just read her statement?
Is it short? Yeah.
Yes, it's short. And like I said, this is from a resident, Miss Celeste Jackson. It is not from myself or speaking for me. But she said she could not get through on the council line tonight and that she is in opposition to this. This fracking proposal is very concerning and seems to present the city zero benefits and lots of potential negatives. So like I said, it was from Miss Celeste Jackson. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Walker. Councilmember Kondo.
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. So going back and looking at the criteria, line item G again. I guess I like to pick on line item G.
Okay.
What's interesting to me, and tying back to the previous conversation about spill response. So I'm looking at page 150 of your packet, of the packet we received on the spill algorithm. And when you look at that flow chart, I don't see any evidence that there is timely notification to our wastewater treatment facility. And I would think that if there was a spill of hazardous material, you would want to have some sort of plan of action to notify our wastewater treatment facilities so they can stop. So that also contributes to the ability for you to contain everything and not have hazardous chemicals going into Farmers Canal, where we dump our treated wastewater. I was wondering if maybe I'm missing something here, or maybe you can point me to the right page in the packet that talks about timely notification to City of Northland.
There are requirements for notification to adjacent property owners. I don't have that at my fingertips. It's a requirement by the state. We are required to notify the surface owner. In that case, it's us. However, if it goes onto other property, we're required to notify that property owner. We're also required to notify the state and the local government as soon as we identify that, as well as emergency response teams.
Yeah. And what is the timeliness of your notification? Hours, days, weeks?
No, not weeks. It's hours.
So we have a 24-hour notification requirement to notify the surface owner where the spills occurred, the local government designee for wherever the spill has occurred, so City of Northland, and then the state of Colorado.
Okay, so you're saying within 24 hours, you have to notify the city?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Jaramillo. Oh,
We
I'm
have
sorry. Oh, I'm sorry, Brooke.
No problem.
Sorry, I was just looking at
I
everybody's
am the
hands.
designee. So I will tell you that the existing wellheads that are out there that are being decommissioned, that have been out there, I believe, for over 12 years now, I get regular notifications if there is a flare, a gas, or anything. I coordinate directly with Jason Hensel and Kent Kisselman on that on the regular. When we have actual spill or emergency notifications, I am not the only party in the city that gets notified. It also goes to PD and also to the city manager's office. So we are in the regular coordinated with the existing wellheads that are on the site. It is a well-established protocol and procedure that takes place, that I regularly get emails when there is a situation that takes place.
Okay, and all of those have been within 24 hours of the start of the incident?
To be perfectly honest with you, Councilmember, I couldn't tell you off the top of my head. I can tell you that when I do get them, I send them out immediately when I do get them. I get them over the weekends, I get them during the week and at night. So they do come at random times. So I do not actually go and track to say, is it within the 24-hour period? I mean, but I do, when I do get them, I do forward them.
Okay, gotcha, thank you.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay.
Councilmember Jaramillo.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. And thank you, Brooke. You actually alluded to one of my questions. Will KMOG be utilizing flaring to eliminate any gases, methane, or other petroleum gases or liquids?
No flaring. We have zero
Okay.
routine flaring.
That'd be a huge problem, all the methane there.
So let me clarify my last statement, that my
Okay.
statement has nothing to do with this application, it has to do with existing wellheads that have been on the site for over 12 years. And as in the staff presentation and the testimony from the applicant, they are capturing that gas and they are sending it through a pipeline that they're selling to a third party.
And I don't know if you're aware of this too, since you're both in the fire, North Metro Fire, but there'd be no plan for well, or I'm sorry, I'm not sure the terminology, but if something was, there's be a fire
Mitigation?
there. Yeah, there's something to be going on there. I don't think there's a plan in North Metro. Is there? You guys
So
know
we-
about?
so-
There is or not?
So
If
you're
that's
asking me to
something-
testify?
So you guys are on the board. I mean, I don't know.
Past tense.
Past tense, I don't know if there'd be a plan if something was to go.
I think
Since there's a
that's,
training
I think
facility
that's a
on-
question more.
So,
for-
let's
Councilman Armijo,
why don't we
I
give
can
it
tell
for
you that,
speak?
I can tell you that through this application, we've been working closely with North Metro Fire, and they
Okay.
had no comments on this application.
Yeah, noted. Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you, Brooke. Councilmember Long.
Okay, I heard a dollar sign. It was 6.46 million.
I'm
How did
sorry.
that come about?
4.6 million.
6.4?
4.6.
4.6, I'm dyslexic, sorry.
I am too.
4.6? And how you derive that number?
Commissioner Long, Councilman Long, I will tell you that we spent a lot of time looking at this months ago, because obviously we submitted this application in January, and I know that this came up last fall. So I know I have a spreadsheet back in my office. I'd be happy to share that with you. I just don't have full recollection of it. What I remember is a couple members of my team worked closely with our tax experts, and the number that they remembered was 4.6 million is what the severance tax would be that the city would receive.
Over 25 years?
Yes. I'd be happy to provide more detail to you.
That's fine. Thank you. Got an answer. I didn't have that before.
Councilmember Long, do you still have more questions?
No, I'll rest.
I do not see any other hands. I would just like to remind us that although the dollar signs are important, it is not part of the criteria that we have to consider. Just a reminder in that. We will discuss that when we discuss the resolution. No other comments? Hearing none, I will now close the public hearing on the Care McGee Lizzie Pad Oil and Gas Permit application. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Moving on to resolutions, CR 113. Joanna, will you please read the title?
A resolution approving an agreement between the City of North Glen and Peak Fencing Incorporated for the E.B. Range Junior Memorial Park fence and citywide fence maintenance projects.
Move as so stated.
Second.
Thank you. Amanda Peterson, Director of Parks, Recreation, and Culture, will provide us a summary of the item. Hi, Amanda.
Good evening,
Thanks for
Mayor
your
Pro Tem and
patience.
Council. So this project really is two separate fencing projects. We combined them for efficiency and better pricing so that we could manage those two together. So the first, what we titled Site A in your memo, is our arterial fencing. So it's a small section of our arterial fencing. So that's the cedar fencing that you see throughout the city. We had about a $100,000 budget identified for that cedar fencing this year, and had prioritized, done a prioritization of our 20, it's hard to believe, but that cedar fencing is between 20 and 25 years old throughout the city. So the small section of fencing we identified for replacement this year is at the south end of Washington Street. And that section's about 2,300 linear feet on that south end of Washington. I do want to clarify that in the memo, I had identified that we had planned in that long range, or in the 5-year CIP in 2024 to continue that replacement. When we first did that proposed plan, it was included in the budget. It is not currently included in the budget, as I talked to you about last week, just based on the dollars we had available. So I just wanted to clarify that for you, that what it says in the memo doesn't match what's actually in the budget, just based on what's available. But for the contract here, we do have funding for this 2023 budget to complete that Washington Street section. The second site is Site B. That is the fencing. It's currently a 3-foot section, or I shouldn't say section, a 3-foot high chain link fence that sits along that residential property at Village Greens Park Village Greens between E.B. Raines Jr. Memorial Park and the Village Greens property. The new fencing would be a metal fence that would run all the way from the Oslo property to 117th. So if this contract is approved, those projects are ready to begin work as soon as we have easements in place, and would be complete by the end of this year. And with that, I'd be happy to respond to any questions that you may have.
No questions? Okay, I do have a question.
Yes.
I thought I read somewhere, I'm trying to find it right now, that there was a difference in what the height of the fence, a 6-foot versus an 8-foot?
Oh, thank you. Yes. So we bid the fence as a 6-foot metal fence with an 8-foot as the add alt, knowing that the 8-foot was the preferred option, just to provide that additional layer of security. We weren't sure if that 8-foot option was going to come in within the budget. We did propose the 8-foot option in this contract because it fit within the budget that we had available. So we went with that taller fence because it did fit within the budget we had available for you.
So that is the selection, and the 8-foot
Correct.
fence?
Yes.
Okay, so the 6-foot fence is no longer relevant?
Correct.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
And I actually do have a question, Councilmember Long?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Pam, just for clarification, this is in the budget for this year.
Yes, I was just clarifying on this. In the memo, I had mentioned the remainder of those 30,000 feet of fence being in our long-term budget. We don't currently have that in that 24 to 28 CIP quite yet.
But this dollar sign is in your budget
This one right
year.
now, the 100,000 for that the Site A is in the budget.
Thank you,
Yes.
Amanda.
You are
Thank
welcome.
Councilmember Kondo?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Question for you, and he stepped out. Oh, there he is. Hi. Question for you, sorry, City Attorney. We're talking about the 8-foot tall fence.
Yes, sir.
If somebody climbs that fence, falls down and breaks an arm or a leg, any concerns there?
We are protected.
Corey's welcome to jump in, but typically governmental immunity
Yeah.
would.
We are protected by the Colorado Governmental Immunity Act. What that means is, even if hypothetically the city were negligent, we are immune from liability. But there is nothing in the construction of a fence that would suggest negligence. But again, even if there were, we are immune under the Colorado Governmental Immunity Act, meaning no liability.
Okay, understand. Thank you.
Good question. Councilmember Goff.
Okay, thank you, Amanda. This is not a question. I just want to remind, especially some of our newer council members, that this project has been in the making for a couple of years, and it's involved resident input, and I've walked that area and talked to people, and I'm really glad that we're finally getting it. You know, I just to remind people that these things take long. But thank you. This is good.
Okay, I don't see any more hands. Thank you so much, Amanda.
You are welcome.
Joanna, please open the vote.
Vote is open.
Please vote.
I will close that vote, and CR 113 passes unanimously.
Great. Next resolution is CR 115. Joanna, will you please read the title?
A resolution approving an oil and gas permit application submitted by Kerr McGee Oil and Gas Onshore LP for the Lizzie Well pad site located within Township 1 North, Range 68 West, 6th Principal Meridian in the southern half of the northeast quadrant, Section 36, City of North Glen, County of Weld, State of Colorado.
Is there a motion to approve CR 115?
Can I just ask for clarification? I thought that somewhere in the presentation or the documents that it was presenting council three choices: approve it,
We'll discuss
disapprove
that
it,
now, I think.
and put it in. Okay,
Yeah,
so
that's what
but
we'll talk about.
So
I move to approve.
so this we're going to do that now.
We're going to do that now.
And let me just make, so there is a resolution for approval based on the staff recommendation. If council ultimately is inclined to vote to deny this, what the code says is that we need to bring written findings back within 15 days. So if ultimately that is the determination, then the motion would be to deny and bring back findings at the next council meeting, which is September 11th, and within the 15 days.
Is there a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Okay. We have Eric Enzi back, our senior planner, somewhere. Hi. Says to provide a summary of the item.
Staff really doesn't have a summary prepared for this
Okay.
item. We discussed the entirety of the application during the public hearing.
Okay, great. I'm just reading my script here. So I guess now it's open for discussion. And the options that we need to consider according to what has been presented to us and the evidence that was presented during the hearing. Councilmember Kondo.
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. So I feel like I do need some additional information because when I asked about the long-term monitoring post-cap, the subject matter expert to be able to address that is not available tonight. So that's one reason why I feel like I would like to be able to table this so I can receive that information. And that would help inform my decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Kondo. So under City Council options on page 20 of your packet, three of the options, or the three options, include approve the request with or without conditions or stipulations, deny the request for reasons stated, or table the request for further consideration or more information. So is that what I'm hearing you're referring to, Councilmember Kondo?
Yes, ma'am. Table.
Thank you. Councilmember Goff.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Yeah, I think first of all, we have 3 people missed. So I feel like, and I know, maybe I know there's no obligation or whatever, they're just not here for whatever reason. But I feel like this is such an important topic that we need everybody's input on this. And so I also would like to table it. I'd like to do a little bit more thinking and talking to maybe more residents about the, I can't remember the exact language, but that affecting the health, safety, and whatever of, our residents, just because it sounds like they're doing a really good job of, keeping up with the current guidelines and even maybe going beyond what the state requires. But personally, I feel like the state is not keeping on top of, our our state requirements to meet EPA guidelines for clean air. And so I'm not sure that I would go back to Councilmember Condo's kind of question. I'm not sure that, not a leap of faith necessarily, but I'm not sure that I really trust state guidelines as being in the best interest of our residents. And so I would like to table this as.
Thank you, Councilmember Goff. Yes.
Dr. Goff's statements brought up a couple of things I need to point out. This is a quasi-judicial hearing, so the basis for your decision has to be the evidence tonight, or certainly if you continue it for more information, it can be for that information. But you can't go out and solicit additional information from your constituents or from other people, because the public hearing has closed.
Well, let me just get a clarification then, because in order to postpone it, it would be to, I can't remember the wording you used, gather more information or?
Specific information, not more public testimony. The public testimony has closed.
So the specific information from whom?
So for Councilmember Kondo, for example, suggested he wanted information on monitoring in the future. It's got to be that future. And for the council members to be able to participate in the decision-making, they would have to represent that they listened to the entire public hearing and make a decision based on the evidence presented tonight.
Point of order. The motion is to approve, was it not?
Right, but if Councilmember Kondo talked about a desire to continue, so if there was a continuance, it needs to be for the decision, it would need to be for specific information.
Do we have to change the motion then to table or not?
Right now, the motion on the table is to approve. That has not happened yet.
That is correct. Councilmember Jaramillo.
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. I motion to deny the request for the reasons given because I feel there's more cons than pros for the city of North Glen, for the environment, and I feel it's the right choice to make for our future.
So my recommendation would be to go with the pending motion, which is to approve, or if there is a desire to table, I believe under Robert's rules, that trumps the motion to approve.
Right. I would still love to hear from council members that we haven't heard from. So Councilmember Walker,
I motion to approve.
Councilmember Long,
Table.
Councilmember Goff,
Yeah.
table. So it looks like at this point, we have more support to table the request for further consideration.
We actually need that motion to be made.
I need a motion from.
And I think we need to understand the specific information to be obtained from the applicant. And certainly Councilmember Kondo identified one category of information. If there's any other, we need to know that as well.
Does that need to be stated in the motion?
Yes.
Word for word?
As best we can, the additional information council needs to make a decision.
Can I get a motion?
So I motion that we table consideration on CR 115 for the purposes of being able to receive additional information regarding long-term monitoring of air and water and any other environmental concerns, specifically hazardous material of concern, from the applicant.
Second.
If I might add to that? Oh, I'm sorry.
No, I just.
You're gonna second the motion?
Made a motion.
Okay. I'm gonna add, if I could, more data analytics.
Well, the motion's been made and seconded, so.
We can seek what additional information is required as part of the motion. That's acceptable. So to the
Does he need
extent.
to make another motion?
No.
To add to it?
No.
Councilmember
Just
Long,
adding to
proceed.
the list of things we want to research, which would be the data analytics on the mineral severance, taxes, and for clarification, mineral severance to the state does not necessarily connote mineral severance to the coffers of the city of North Glen. I'd like to see that differentiation. I'd like to see the projections and the work going forward in terms of what you're really doing is showing us your production. But it's really hard, I think, in a crystal ball to figure out what what your money gonna get per $70 per barrel or whatever it is. So that's a hard prognostication, but I'm sure you people do it all the time. So I'd just like to see your logic.
Councilmember Long, could you summarize then that specific addition you would like to the motion,
I
please?
think she's got it.
No, could you please summarize it for Joanna?
I want the exact data analytics on the mineral severance taxes that would flow to the city of Northglen in terms of either sales or property taxes.
Thank you.
And then we also need a date certain for the continuance, or we can renotice it. So we can either table it, and I would suggest at a minimum to get a month, so we have enough time to consider for the applicant to get the information, which would be September 25th.
City Manager Guyer, who handles our incredibly tight schedule.
The September 25th date is fine.
And that is a regular meeting.
It is a regular meeting.
Do we need to add that to the motion?
Yes.
Do I need to rephrase again?
No, I
Is
think you
that-
could just add it.
Just, it would be, I think the record can reflect that it would be tabled until September 25th at 6 PM or as soon thereafter as the matter may be heard.
So I would move to table until September 25th, 6 PM, to allow for the applicant to provide specific information related to long-term monitoring, post-capping of certain hazardous materials of interest, waterborne, airborne, et cetera, as well as to provide data analytics on potential revenue accruals to the city of North Glen, whether it's property and/or sales tax. Period.
And I believe severance tax was
Yeah.
Councilmember
I
Long's.
forgot to mention severance tax.
Okay. Now, can we please open the vote?
That was a really long sentence.
The vote is open.
Please vote.
I will close that vote, and the motion to table CR 115 to September 25th passes with one no vote cast by Councilmember Walker.
Thank you. We're getting close to 10 PM, but we do have to get through these next ballot issues. So when it's 10 PM, we can vote continue or not. All right. Moving on to Resolution CR 116. Joanna, will you please read the title?
A resolution submitting a ballot question regarding the extension of a 0.5% sales tax to the electors of the city of North Glen at the November 7, 2023 regular municipal election and setting the ballot title thereof.
Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Jason Loveland, Interim Deputy City Manager, will provide a summary of the item. Hello, Jason. Thanks for hanging out with us.
Of course.
So late.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, members of council. This is really just kind of wrapping up the conversation that we started May 13th regarding bringing forward a question to the voters for the 0.5% sales tax extension on the November 7th ballot. Information was provided again in May, again in June, in which council requested that we brought forward a draft question for consideration. And so tonight is the opportunity to officially make a decision on the ballot question, and so that is where we are today.
Great. We have some hands already. Councilmember Condo.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So we had an email exchange, and basically, I would like to see the ordering for how the proceeds from this continued taxation, and I'm looking at, I think it is the fourth line from the bottom here. Instead of saying including but not limited to residential streets, I would recommend that we say public safety operations is the first line, is the first item. Then say residential streets and park amenities, and then end with other general operations. So again, my recommendation, since public safety seems to be the topic du jour, it should be the first item in the list of reasons why we want to use these proceeds.
So can I read the ballot question based on what you said to see if I, if I got it right?
Yes.
Without raising additional taxes, shall the city of North Glen's existing 1/2 sales and use tax be extended as a voter-approved revenue change without a sunset clause? The proceeds of such sales and use tax extension to be used exclusively for public safety operations, capital improvements, including but not limited to residential streets and park amenities, and other general operations.
Yes.
Okay.
Correct.
That's fine.
Does anybody have any discussions on that? Everybody thumbs up on that? I do want to add to that, it's just a discussion, a question that I had via email for you as well, that regarding public safety, approving this 0.5%, the extension of this 0.5% could possibly go towards increasing the matching contributions that we offer our police officers, police staff. Is that correct? One potential. It just opens up.
Potentially, this is providing more flexibility than the current language.
I just thought that was important to note, considering that we just moved public safety up. Corey, did you have?
No, I was going to say that is certainly within the general definition of public safety operations, so it would qualify.
Great, thank you. Is there any more discussion? Oh, great, thank you so much, Jason.
All right.
Joanna, will you please open the vote?
And that is as amended?
Yes.
As amended.
Okay.
The vote is open.
Please vote.
I will close that vote, and CR 116, as amended, passes unanimously.
Quick check-in, we are at almost 10 PM, and so we have to vote on whether to continue.
I think we should.
Mayor Pro Tem, I just want to add that we do need to do not only the next ballot question item, but the PAB item that's on the agenda as well. So there's a time sensitivity with that one.
Okay, is everybody still good with that?
Yeah.
Majority?
Can I have an elaboration on the time sensitivity, please, for point of order?
That we need to respond to the state and to CHAFA and let them know that we're going to, if council approves the allocation of our PAB dollars, we need to let them know there's an application that they need to act on. So we don't have a meeting that coincides with the timing. So this is the meeting that we need council to act on that item. September 15th.
So you could do September 11th.
Well, so I would need, Brooke, please elaborate, because you indicated to me that has to be done tonight.
Yeah, this is time sensitive in the sense that in order for us to get this documents, all the documents executed and over to CHAFA, or over to the state in time, in order to have this money assigned to this project, it would be more timely and expeditious to do it tonight, because we basically would have only a couple of days between, if we were scheduled for the 11th to get that done. There's a lot of documents that need to be executed, and it would put us in a really tight pinch if we're not able to execute. Because if we do not execute it by their deadline, we do not get to control where the PAB dollars go. And I can honestly say that the conversation I just had is probably as much time as we need to cover this item if we were to take it up.
All right, so it looks like we have consensus to
Yes.
continue
Yes.
past 10 PM.
Thank you.
Fantastic. All right, moving on to CR 117.
They need to vote.
Yeah, you need to vote on the motion.
Oh, what, do we not vote?
No.
Oh,
No, we're getting tired again.
we are getting tired.
Wait, so we need to vote.
We on to 117?
No, you need a motion to approve going past 10 PM.
Motion
Oh,
to
motion to
approve
approve.
extending this meeting
We are
beyond 10
tired.
PM
We're
Mountain Time.
useless.
Second.
Thank you. This is what happens past 10 PM. We turn into pumpkins.
Vote is open.
Okay. Please vote.
I'll close that vote, and the motion to continue past 10 PM passes unanimously.
Great, now I can actually move on. All right, CR 117. Joanna, will you please read the title?
Sorry, just need to type one thing really quick here. A resolution submitting a ballot question regarding amendment of the city's home rule charter to the electors of the city of North Glen at the November 7, 2023 regular municipal election to make the language of the North Glen home rule charter gender silent.
Move to approve as so stated.
Second.
Thank you. Joanna, will you please provide a summary of the item?
Yes. So similar to the previous ballot question, this is a follow-up to the discussion on June 5th, where there was council consensus for staff to bring a revised ballot question back for council consideration. Staff took 2 of the draft questions from the June 5th conversation and took pieces from both of those and revised the question, and that's what you will see in the attached resolution in CR 117. If council wants some very quick history on the city charter, that was drafted by a group of residents, 21 residents, back in 1974. They had 6 months to prepare the city's first city charter. I actually have a notebook full of the first minutes that I found, thanks to a resident named Hugo Rodek. I have all of his notes. And so that was presented to the voters in 1975. They adopted the first charter. It was drafted with the traditional he and his gender-specific pronouns and also the gender-specific nouns of councilmen, policemen, firemen, et cetera, which was standard back in the day. Some of these sections have been amended since then. There was a charter review committee that was appointed. It was a group of residents back in 2008. And there were a couple sections where they had recommended that any recommendations that they were bringing forward should be drafted with gender-neutral language at that time. They had 2 sections, one regarding council terms and one regarding the municipal court or the judge. And those were drafted using position titles and no gender-specific language at that time. And voters in the 2009 election adopted those amendments as written with essentially gender-silent language because the position titles were used at that time. And those passed with significant margins. They were a 54% margin and a 60% margin at that time. I do want to point out that the charter can only be amended by a vote of North Glen electors. Since 1981, voters have approved 30 amendments at 12 different elections. Want to acknowledge that a previous gender-neutral question was taken to voters in 2019, and that did fail by a margin of 10%. So I would like to note also that since the June conversation, the communications department has published information about the potential ballot questions. They provided information in the North Glen Connection newsletter in both the July issue and the August issue to let folks know about the potential gender silent ballot question. They also published information on the city's website and then on all of the social media accounts. Some of the other gender silent actions that staff has taken with council's blessing is that the municipal code has been amended to use gender silent language. city council documents, such as other ordinances, resolutions, council policies, have all been drafted to use gender-silent language when possible. So amending the charter to use gender-silent language would provide consistency with those other documents. It would also make the language less ambiguous. It would speak to every person in the city, and it would also be in alignment with council's values. So we attached the previous memo from June 5th, and that includes the table document that shows the examples of what those amendments would look like. It's the document that highlights the changes in yellow. And those amendments would remove the gender-specific terms throughout the document if approved by voters without changing any of the meaning of the charter provisions. So the gender binary pronouns would be replaced with the noun, the title, or the position from the same sentence, paragraph, or section, which would provide more clarity in that part of the charter. So I would, if I could, just read the ballot question quickly to council. So this is the question from the two draft questions from before that the city attorney and staff prepared based on council feedback on June 5th. So the question says, shall the City of North Glen Home Rule Charter be amended to update the language throughout the charter to be gender silent, meaning that gender-specific references such as he, councilmen, and policemen shall be replaced with the use of position titles such as mayor, council members, and police officers? So that's the draft question as it is now, and I'm happy to answer any questions of council.
Does council have any questions?
No.
No.
We discussed this
Wow.
already.
We did discuss this. This is great. There are no other questions, apparently. Thank you so much for that thorough recap, Joanna. That was some great history as well. And we're all very tired, so thank you for looking at our very tired faces while we do this. All right. Please open the vote.
The vote is open.
Please vote.
I will close that vote, and CR 117 passes unanimously.
Thank you. Moving on to CR 121. Joanna, will you please read the title?
A resolution authorizing assignment to the Colorado Housing and Finance Authority of a private activity bond allocation of the City of North Glen pursuant to the Colorado Private Activity Bond Ceiling Allocation Act.
Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Brooke is back, Director of Planning and Development, and will provide a summary of the item for us. Thank you, Brooke.
Good evening. Again, I'll be brief and quick. Private activity bonds are administered through the Department of Local Affairs. We get approximately $2 million. This year, it's $2.2 million. We have, in the past, historically, if we do not have a development project that would like to take utilization of these funds, we donate those to CHAFA. And in the back of the staff report, there's information about how much money we get versus how much money we donate to CHAFA. In this particular instance, we have a project with Steel Properties off of Grant for a remodel of townhomes that represent for 50% AMI residents. It's a $4 million project, and in the staff report, there's a nuance here in that they are going to be leveraging our PAB assignment to CHAFA to apply for a DOLA grant for the second half of their financing. So we will be involved in that process later this year because we will also be part of their application process, and council will need to approve a resolution for it. So what I'm saying here is that we would assign our PAB, they would leverage that for a DOLA grant for the additional balance so that they can fund this in one step as opposed to two separate steps. Staff is recommending to approve Council Resolution 121 and happy to answer any questions. Oh, and one last thing, excuse me. If this project is not successful in moving forward, we also have the ability for CHAFA to then use that for first-time homebuyer programs and other utilizations that would directly benefit North Glen residents.
Thank you. I have a couple of hands. Councilmember Goff.
Thank you. Hi, Brooke. I'm going to ask, and maybe you don't know, maybe it's too early on, but how would the renovations impact the residents during the construction? I mean, is this the kind of thing where people have to move out while their unit is being?
I can ask Deb from Steel Properties to come up and talk on that. But essentially, it's, it's coordination and whatnot. They'll pull permits and then work with the residents to help with the construction staging, make sure that they can stay in the homes or accommodate as necessary.
Okay, I'd be happy to, I'd like to hear from her, I guess I should
Sure.
say. Oh, and then as you're coming up, the other question I was interested in is, does this, if this project was completed, would it affect future rent? Like, how does that affect
No.
it? Okay,
This is a Section 8 property in which they are committed to the 50%.
I thought so, I just want to make sure,
Yeah.
but yes, I'd love to hear the other answer.
Hello,
Hi.
I'm Deb Quinlan from Steel Properties. The short answer is no. No one would be required to move out as part of the renovations. We are in process of getting results back to see if there's asbestos in the building. If that was the case, then they would need to relocate temporarily while the units are renovated and then would move back to their fully completed home. So it kind of depends on that testing, how extensive the renovations will be. Also, 5% of units will be converted to fully accessible to comply with ADA. So the residents who are living in those units, because it is a fully occupied property, will need to relocate temporarily while their unit is undergoing renovation. So that would be like a long-term stay hotel with a kitchenette for up to 30 days.
Okay, all right, well, thank you. I just had concerns.
Councilmember Long.
Hello, Brooke. Clarification, please. If the application is not successful, Steel Properties will reapply to the city of Northland and/or Adams County in 2024 for additional volume cap.
So essentially what that means in regular speed is that they would go after the PABs in 2024 and try to parlay the two 23 and 24 with Chaffa as one project.
For the same,
Yep. So basically, in 2020, if they are unsuccessful in getting a grant with DOLA this year, they would come back to the city in 2024 and ask for our PAB assignment for 2024's assignment, and it would basically not happen until probably till the end of 2024.
so you're talking about the 2023 assignment now?
So tonight, what we're taking under consideration is $2.2 million for the 2023 PAB. If they are unsuccessful in getting their DOLA grant this year, they would essentially request to use next year's 2024 PAB assignment to parlay 2023 dollars with the Northland 2024.
Okay,
What they're attempting to do with this process that's outlined in the staff memo is to get the DOLA grant this year so that they don't have to do that step next year.
That was my confusion.
Yeah.
Okay, so we don't get it this year with the 2.2. We'll take 2.2 and take the 2.2 and a roll over into 2024 to use it there,
We would work with Chaffa to see if they would be willing to do that.
but we're not gonna go to 4.4.
We can't, we don't have 4.4.
That's
So
what I'm-
what they
that's
would
what I'm
effectively try to do is go back-to-back years requesting the PAB assignment.
So if by chance we don't get the 2.2 and it doesn't work, does that 2.2 then go unexpended, or do we put that in our balance sheet as contingent liability going forward, or something to
so-
that effect?
What we would be doing with this resolution tonight is assigning this PAB assignment, the 2023 assignment, to Chaffa. If we take no action on this item or future PAB assignments, it goes back to DOLA to the general pool. So this is not money that's on our books, this is money that sits at the DOLA. And what we are doing is that DOLA identifies on a prorated basis all communities that are eligible for the PAB, and ours is $2.2 million this year. It varies every year.
Okay, so there's no knowledge of what the 2024 assignment from them will be to us?
Roughly $2 million. It averages around 2 million, 100K plus or minus every year.
Okay, I see. So it's an assignment, it's really not our money, it's
That's
an
correct.
assignment of dollars.
That's correct.
Okay, so if we don't get it this year, we'll get it possible.
Yes.
Guarded the yes.
We are assigning we are assigning the $23 to Chaffa for the purposes of this project.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
I don't see any other questions, and I don't have any questions. Thank you so much, Brooke. Brianna, please open the vote.
The vote is open.
Please vote.
I will close that vote, and CR 121 passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it very much.
Yeah, thank you, Brooke. Thank you to everybody who's still here. And thank you to Eric Enzi, who is next on the list, our discussion item. If you can just give us a really brief overview, since you've been waiting.
No problem. Just as you can see, construction activities have continued on the City Hall project. This last month, we saw the installation of site utilities and caissons. Just as an interesting fact, there were 105 caissons that were drilled for this particular building. And those go to about a depth of 25 feet in order to hit bedrock in a lot of instances. So it varies between about 18 to about 25 feet for those support caissons. In August, we are starting to see, and the way this works is we're kind of in arrears here, but what you're seeing is some of the foundation walls actually going up. So if you have a chance and you're here in City Hall, go up to the staff break room. You get a great view. You can start seeing the shape of the building actually forming, and it's really kind of a neat thing to start seeing. You can actually see where all the crawl spaces are going to be as well. I do want to point out a fact that we did install cameras, construction cameras on this site, similar to what we did with the rec center. As you remember, there at the end of the project was kind of a time lapse of construction. So we're beginning that process, but it's up and it's on the city's project page for this site. So you can go on that if you want, and you can just see what's going on any day. It's open. Anybody from the public can actually see that. I think John Eisel is probably going to be pushing that information out in an upcoming Connection article. I do want to still say we're at this point, it's early in the process, but we are still on time and on budget. So good news is we're looking pretty good at this point. I keep saying contingency dollars. We will be able to release some of those contingency dollars towards betterments. Hasn't happened officially yet. We'll let you know kind of when that process does happen and what betterments have been added back to the project. One last item, with council's approval of the furniture, we did have our kickoff meeting with our furniture vendor last week. What that means is that we're beginning the process with them of the final furniture selection. Now, there will be opportunities where we'll come back to council. We do have opportunities as well for you where you'll be able to sit in chairs and actually select the furniture you guys will be sitting in at the dais, as well as some other public places in the building. So with that, that's my update for this month. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Thank you so much. Councilmember Condo.
Yes, I only have one question.
Sure.
And that is, has there been any serious injuries or incidences on the construction site?
There have not to this point, knock on wood.
Okay, very good, thank you.
I think we did have some damage from a rock hitting one of the tractors at one point, very minimal damage, but nothing substantial at this point.
Right. Councilmember Long.
Thank you. One last thing, Eric.
Sure.
You talked about betterments out of the unused contingency fees. What kind of dollar sign do we have in contingency fees that we're going to be tapping into for betterments?
So we have, the project contains about I want to say $2.2 million in contingencies at this point. So those monies will be able to be released back into the project as we've got monies specifically assigned and items specifically purchased. So as that happens, those contingency dollars could be put back into the project. Does that make sense? In terms of betterments that were value engineered potentially out of the project to get us into budget.
There's no thought that we wouldn't do.
No.
We would do that no matter what.
We did that even with the rec center. There were,
There's $2.2 million in contingency, even if there's no, there's no, never mind.
If I may, I think I understand what you're asking, Councilmember Long. If there's no need to use contingency, we will not use contingency. Contingency will only be used if appropriate. With the past projects, we've typically come in under budget, I believe with the rec center. So the 2.49 number that's in the memo is the contingency amount. Contingency will only be used if necessary. It's not a fund that, well, let's go do all these other things. What Eric was saying in terms of value engineering items, we have a list of, we'd like to have these things. They're appropriate and necessary, but it's all based on prioritization. Is that helpful?
That helped.
and they also may have been items that were part of the project too, that we had to value engineer out, that we would like to bring back in. So.
Okay, thank you. Good explanation. I appreciate it.
Yeah, that's a good question. On time and on budget is a phrase that we all love to hear, so thank you for that. And it's really neat to see in those pictures how it's taking shape. So, I can't wait to, I guess, go on the second floor and take a look. So, thank you for all your hard work and for staying here so late. We appreciate you. And there's no voting on that, so. Moving on to public invited to be heard. This is an opportunity for public comment. Statements are limited to 3 minutes per speaker. Comments must be related to an item previously addressed by council during the meeting. Is there anyone in the audience who would like to speak to council at this time? Great. Please step forward and state your name and address for the record.
Stephen Musco, 294 East 112th Drive. It's actually for you. Can the council, in the course of approving the well drilling, can they stipulate items like we want to see monitoring of air and water into perpetuity? Can they stipulate that?
Does council want me to answer that question?
Council?
Yes.
The answer is no. Part of the issue here is there is jurisdiction the council has related to land use, jurisdiction that the state has related to operations, and so a lot of these things relate to operations.
Okay, so they can't stipulate, but they could ask.
And they could agree, yes.
Okay. Please ask for perpetuity for the water and the air, monitoring during and after, into perpetuity, because 6 months isn't going to do. And the other question is, could one of you find out what that ECD is and what the magic is? What is the environmental, what did she call that? Environmental?
It's called an emissions control device.
That's the one. I didn't hear any details about how that thing actually works and what it actually does. And if it's got an emission going in, it's got to have something come out, typically. And I'd like to have that explained to you before you decide what that thing is doing and if it really works. If it's replacing flaring, it must be something very special. That's it, thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the audience left that would like to speak? Is there anyone on the phone still at this late hour on? You may press *6. I do not see anyone connected by phone. There being no further business, we are adjourned. Ooh, 23 minutes passed. That's not so bad. We got through it all. Good job, guys. Great job.